If your energy is low, your strength isn't what it used to be, or your drive feels off, it's not just getting older. For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Sacramento, you can start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation so you get real answers about your testosterone levels and overall health. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. This isn't guesswork or one-size-fits-all treatment. Revive specializes in personalized, closely monitored testosterone care designed to help men feel stronger, sharper, and more like themselves again. With over 120,000 patients treated since 2011, Revive Men's Health is trusted for results, not hype. If you've been putting this off, now is the time to act. Claim your free T-check and consultation and see if you qualify for 25% off TRT. This month only. Call 916-619-3000. That's 916-619-3000. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply, must medically qualify.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140. Feeding your passion for local sports in the afternoon. It's the Drive Guys on your radio at 1140 a.m.
Streaming audio at SactownSports.com and the Sactown Sports app.
You can also watch the show on YouTube at Sactown Sports 1140. Here are the Drive Guys.
Yes. On what is today? On a Tuesday. I almost said Alan Styles Show. It's not the Alan Styles Show. It's the Drive Guys. Alan Styles here filling in for Whitey Gleason. Got Ramsey filling in for Jay Johnson. Y'all know how it goes during these holiday weeks. I'm the last of the hosts here. You know, shout out Chris Watkins doing his thing on the Alan Styles Show. But everybody else is gone, right? Everybody else is in Cabo, in Panama, Switzerland, wherever they're at. But we got you here, all right, for the next, not just 4 hours. We heard you ask for more, so it's 4.5 hours. We are rocking and rolling until 6:30, 4.5 hours. So that's what we got for you, and it's going to be a fun one. Obviously, we have a lot of NFL news with the Rams doing the ramming that they typically do. Last night, losing to the Atlanta Falcons, who the Falcons probably just one of the most confusing teams in the league. Not one of, they might be the most confusing team in the league, and how everything sets up for week 18. Kirk Cousins kind of looked better than Michael Penix. What does that mean for next season for the Falcons? But that's what they're focused on next season. There are a lot of teams still focused on this season because the NFL playoffs, Super Bowl is wide open. It's never been more open. You got the Seahawks as the betting favorite. You have Sam Darnold, right? And the Seahawks as the betting favorite. That's how you know that this thing is wide open. In the Rams, depending on what sports book you're looking at, the Rams are right there. That loss yesterday didn't do too much to them, but the difference between going to Philly and going to Carolina, no disrespect to Bryce Young and the crew, it is quite the difference. So tons of NFL to talk about, as we discussed on the Alan Styles Show, how Kyle Shanahan was making his way up the Coach of the Year leaderboard and how I thought he should be higher. Well, he took a huge jump. He is now the second betting favorite. Doesn't look like he's going to pass Mike Vrabel, but he is now in position to have the second best odds to win that. So plenty of NFL. We have those scenarios. We also, if you are a listener to the Alan Styles Show, you might be familiar with Schmal and Miles. We have a very special segment. I think we're doing that in hour 3, where we are discussing the specific incentives. Now, you got to get on this stuff early, because all the sports books and the prop apps, they know this, right? So you have to do this early. Do not wait to put in your ticket to that Friday or Saturday. Everything will be changed by then. But we have incentives. Sam Darnold has incentives. Wide receivers that have incentives. For example, Trey McBride, he had that record, right? He needed 8 receptions, and they made sure, Jacoby Brissett made sure he got it. So we have that for you. That's a lot of fun. If your pocket's got some flies flying out of the wallets after Christmas, we got you. We got you, because Valentine's Day right around the corner. Okay, Valentine's Day right around the corner. So we got you on that. That's going to be a lot of fun. And, of course, we have plenty of Kings talk as the Kings taking on the Clippers down there in L.A. 8 o'clock start, which is why we're going till 6:30, and then we're going to hand it on over to game night. But, yeah, I mean, look, man, this is a team in the Clippers that they've won 4 straight. We understand that they were supposed to be better. They were the unction. We thought they made a lot of good acquisitions, and it maybe feels like they made too many. Maybe they had a little bit too much dip on their chip to where it doesn't make sense just based on how many moves they've made. And you have guys like Derek Jones Jr., guys like John Collins, Bogdanovich, a lot of different guys that obviously are ballers, but does it make sense that cohesion? Kawhi has missed some time. Kawhi came back. James Harden, let's not forget, was All-NBA last season. I know Carmichael Dave can't stand him and would never want him in a Kings jersey, but James Harden is still a stud, man. And he's been out there trying to do his thing and 36, 37 years old. Sidebar, I don't even know if we've ever seen this many late 30s players playing at this level. And that's what we're seeing. We don't even talk about James Harden, but James Harden is still up there with the rest of them, 36 years old. So a lot of storylines with the Clippers, and we have basically a layout of why the Clippers are more stuck with their contracts than the Kings. And I'll give you a little mini answer to that tease. Well, it's because their players are viewed as better, which normally would be a good thing. But that means that the Clippers are in a tough spot to where they don't want to lose value on what they get. So to try to get what Kawhi is worth, teams are not interested in that, right? Moving off of Zach LaVine or moving off of, I think Domantas Sabonis is a little bit more confusing, but moving off of Zach LaVine or moving off of Malik Monk because of that, the 3 years that he has, or DeMar DeRozan, Scott Perry, we don't believe, is looking for as much in return as Steve Ballmer and the crew would be for Kawhi and his trees and possibly a James Harden. So that's the quick difference there. So we're going to spend a good amount of time on the Clippers. Speaking of Scott Perry, at 3 o'clock, he was on the Hoop Genius podcast. And I'm going to tell you right now, this clip that we have for you, and this is not to say that Scott Perry isn't always real. He is always real. Don't get me wrong. But this clip that we have for you is the most clear that Scott Perry has ever been as to why it is tough to make moves. And I listened to this, and this is, I'm somebody that I'm scouring the news every single day trying to figure out, okay, what new King stuff can we bring into the fold? This was something that the way Scott Perry laid it out, I hadn't heard him just kind of break down all the details of it. And sometimes it takes a podcast or something like that to let these guys open up a little bit more and give you answers that you don't typically hear. I'm going to be honest, even when they're on our airwaves, right? They know that they're coming on the flagship of the Kings. They know they want to make sure that they say things in a certain way, that they do things in a certain way. So this is a little bit different, and this is something that I don't think you want to miss. That's at 3 o'clock. So we have that coming up for you. By the way, Keegan Murray and his, I guess, injury situation has been so sad, interesting, confusing, hopeful, all at the same time. Because when you hear calf strain, which is just prevalent, right? It's like the common cold these days in the NBA. I wasn't expecting to see Keegan Murray for a while. We might see Keegan Murray tonight. He's questionable after missing a couple of games. And now he's available, Ramsey. So he's available. Okay, so these calf strains are getting very confusing. Right? Guys go out and they're out for a long time. By the way, speaking of injuries, Nikola Jokic, he avoids the ACL injury. It was a hyperextension. So he's still going to be out 4 weeks. But I think the Nuggets are taking a very deep breath and just thankful of how that turned out. But with Keegan, it's just been an up and down season, and I do feel bad. And, I know we always got to say relatively speaking because you feel bad for a millionaire. People are going to say, come on, what are we talking about? But from a basketball perspective, Keegan Murray had a lot of things he wanted to accomplish this season. He wanted to win Most Improved Player, which he still can do next season, but he wanted to win Most Improved Player. He wanted to do a lot of different things. And, because of the time he missed and time that he continues to miss, some of those goals that he had are going to have to be put on hold and just kind of trying to find his groove, right? The one thing I will say is even though DeMar DeRozan did say it was Keegan Murray's team, it doesn't really feel like it. And I know somebody's going to type into the text line 916-339-1140 right now and say, well, he needs to take the bull by the horns. And I feel you on that. But I do think that situation matters. I know Zach LaVine hasn't been playing, but, there are a lot of ball-dominant players on this Kings team. So as much as we all wanted to see that kind of leap from Keegan and injuries basically took it away from us, I still want to see Keegan on a team that does not have DeMar DeRozan. Russell Westbrook is a little different because he does know a time and a place most of the time when it's time to distribute the basketball. But DeMar DeRozan, and I know Zach LaVine has been out, but just more of an emphasis on Keegan. Some of that he does have to do on his own. But on the other side of it, he's got to be put in a good situation. So Keegan available tonight, thank you, Ramsey, as the Kings are taking on the Clippers. And we are going to have some fun. Okay, because for me, this is the last show of the year. All right, I will be back. We're back. Everybody's back normal. I don't know if Carmichael Davis is back, but everybody else is back to start off the new year, January 5th. So this is my last show of the year, and I'm glad. All right, everyone's, man, Alan, you're going to be on till 6:30. You okay with that? Well, my boss said so. So, of course, I'm okay with it. But seriously, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And, we have a lot of good stuff planned for you, taking you up to 6:30, leading you up to game night. We want to discuss Precious Achiuwa, okay, and what his future is with the Kings. Are we doing the thing with the purple lenses where we're just falling in love with anybody that does anything good on the basketball court? Or is Precious Achiuwa somebody that, at 24 years old, somebody that you could say, let's see what he turns into. So we're going to talk about Precious Achiuwa. Sam Amick was on the morning show. It feels very weird to me to not be on my normal time, so I didn't get to do crosstalk with my guy Jason Ross and, of course, Christopher Ladd. But Sam Amick was on the morning show, so we have a good clip for you, hitting our Kuminga quota. And Sam Amick is talking about the interest that the Kings still have in Jonathan Kuminga, but the issue just seems to be that the Warriors are not interested in what the Kings are trying to offer. And, when we talked to Brett Siegel of Clutch Points a couple weeks ago, he said they would rather pay more and get what they want than, for lack of a better term, settle. And maybe you don't have to give up a first rounder or whoever, and you can get Malik Monk and whoever that other player is to make that money work to give up Jonathan Kuminga. The Warriors, according to Brett Siegel, would rather spend a little bit more, even if it's draft assets, whatever it is, to get their Trey Murphy or whatever that case may be. But the Kings still in the mix. And I've always said the DeMar DeRozan thing does not sound as crazy as Warrior fans would make you want to believe. It really doesn't. I mean, he can be that 2A, 2B scorer if need be. There's a lot of things that DeMar DeRozan can do. Now, they would probably never do it just because optics, giving up Jonathan Kuminga and, whoever else for DeMar DeRozan. And if you got to throw in, a Keon, something like that, I just think Warrior fans, and Warriors are all about optics and how it looks, they wouldn't do it. But I've always said that is not the craziest thing in the world for what the Warriors are trying to do. I think they have enough defense to make up for DeMar at any point in time, but they just, they don't want to do it, right? That's just not something they're interested in. I did hear Sam Amick bring up DeMar, but he said, I don't think that's somewhere they would go. It's always made a decent bit of sense to me, just a guy that can get a bucket, because Jimmy is not that guy. And maybe that helps Jimmy's defense, right? Because Jimmy doesn't have to worry about scoring as much because you got a bucket in DeMar DeRozan. So I've been trying to sell my friends that are Warrior fans on this. They don't want to hear it. The Warriors don't want to hear it. Okay, well then give up a first, Jonathan Kuminga, and go get Trey Murphy. And I don't think you're beating OKC with Trey Murphy, to be honest with you. But that's just what they're trying to do. And when you talk about Jonathan Kuminga, the reason I bring it up is going back to Scott Perry and the Hoop Genius podcast and the things that he talked about there. He brings up OKC, and in no way, you're getting into the car, you're saying, wait, this sounds like Alan Stiles. I thought, what time is it? There's no way I am comparing Jonathan Kuminga to SGA. All I'm saying is that Scott Perry used OKC as an example of they got SGA through a trade, then they did the rest through a draft. So even if Jonathan Kuminga was, I don't know, 60% of SGA, that would still be a good starting point. And Scott Perry, you can kind of see the vision, the second draft stuff that we talked about that the Pacers have hit on, that other teams have hit on. That's where he's looking right now, as well as the normal draft. And that's why we've brought up, as far as Domantas Sabonis is concerned, well, when you hear what he says and you hear, hey, how do they do it, the Thunder, through the draft, and they draft year after year after year, last time I checked, Domantas Sabonis is almost 30. So that math is not adding up to me. So a lot of answers in this new year, same season, but new year, as it pertains to the future of some of the mainstays here. Not Keegan Murray. We'll see what happens in the offseason, but Keegan Murray cannot be moved until the offseason. So some of these names that are kind of floating around, what does that mean? I want to have a discussion as well about the point guard plan. Russell Westbrook has been outstanding. Right. So I went through and I looked at some of the free agents in the spirit of 2026, some of the free agents, the point guards that'll be available in 2026. And look, everybody wants to bag on the Kings and some of the fumbles that they've had. It's looking like the Bulls, funny enough, because they do so much work together, it's looking like the Bulls kind of fumbled the Kobe White situation. Because Kobe White is coming out and saying, I'm not, the difference between Kobe White and Keon, there is a thought that, number one, Keon's cheaper to start, but there is a thought that Keon might extend with you, right? And even if he doesn't, you might be able to convince him. The suitors are just going to be different. Kobe White has said, I don't care where you trade me, I'm hitting free agency. Okay, I'm hitting free agency, and the bird rights are different. So a couple situations there, the Bulls, they tried to get an unprotected pick, and now they're waiting. So they're waiting. As we get closer to February, the Bulls could end up not getting anything if they don't trade him. Then you just focus on trying to re-sign him, or you change what you're looking to get back, and you say, all right, cool, we'll do. I saw somebody say that the Bulls might get Jonathan Isaac in 2 seconds for Kobe White. They would be ticked off, Bulls fans. But there are ways to do this. I've said it before when it comes to the Brooklyn Nets. The Nets have been the perfect last chance for these guys that are getting paid too much money to ball out, do their thing on a bad team, and they build their value. The Bulls, they started out hot. They were kind of feeling themselves. Kobe White was injured as well, and they waited too long. They should have dealt them this summer, so we'll see what happens there. It's the same with the Warriors and Kuminga, but I know there were a couple different constraints. The Warriors thought they were getting Giannis or Trey Murphy, and here we are. And they still might, but it's going to cost them, I think, a little bit more than they thought. So we have all of that going on for you, as I talked about the prop talk as well. And like I said during crosstalk, we're not going to leave 2025 without my Kuminga quota. I'm not going to leave 2025 without my John Collins quota. I'm not going to leave 2025 without my Kyle Kuzma quota. And I feel like I'm missing somebody else. I honestly feel like I'm missing somebody else, but don't worry, I'll remember. So we have all those different quotas for you, and there's another name, the Devin Carter quota. I'm not going to leave 2025. The brother's balling in G League, and nobody cares.
Blessing me with his body.
Nobody cares that Devin Carter is doing his thing. I know the three-pointer still doesn't look great. And I know that it's very confusing when these guys ball out in the G League. We saw Colby Jones was putting up 30, 40 points. I remember Moses Moody, when I was in the Bay, putting up 40 points, doing crazy stuff in the G League. So it's very confusing. I get all that. But this is still a really bad team in the Kings. And he is still a pick that went, top 13. He was a 13th overall pick not too long ago. And he just is not playing. They've completely given up on him. So one last stand for Devin Carter in 2025. We have that for you as well. Like I said, plenty of NFL. I'm excited to talk to Ramsey about this. This is a fun one, and I really don't think Ramsey and I are going to agree a ton, but that's what makes it fun. This is at 5 o'clock. Stock up, stock down, QB edition. So some are going to be obvious. some are not going to be so obvious. So that's going to be a lot of fun. That's at 5. Of course, at 5:30, we will get you ready for our Clippers Kings preview. And yeah, as we mentioned, Domantas Sabonis out, Zach LaVine out, Keegan Murray available, Drew Eubanks available. How that shouldn't affect the playing time of Maxime Reynaud, and Dylan Cardwell, everybody's new fan favorite, unavailable. He's on a G League assignment. So we will see Drew Eubanks tonight. Zubac, everybody's favorite center last season, he passed Domantas Sabonis. If you ask all these different prognosticators, Zubac out, John Collins questionable, Bogdanovich out, Bradley Beal's been out, and Chris Paul, stay home. Just stay home, okay? Chris Paul, in parentheses, stay home. That's what's going on here.
Hey, Chris Paul, we don't want you.
No, yeah, we're good. In parentheses, Chris Paul, we're good. So that's what's going on tonight. A late start, too.
Or Alan, as some of the kids would say, Chris Paul, I holla.
Yeah. Don't call us. We'll call you. That's what's going on with Chris Paul. So we will not be seeing Chris Paul. And that got pretty quiet, too. I don't know. We'll talk about that a little bit. I don't know what ended up happening with that, if he's just kind of waiting to see who is, I don't know. I don't know. Somebody needs a point guard. That's always so funny, right? Somebody needs a point guard. It reminds me of when, you would be, you might be out trying to date a nice, special someone, and they say, well, I like somebody who's nice and funny and this. And you say, well, I'm nice, I'm funny, I'm this. They say, yeah, but not you, though, right? There's teams out there looking for a point guard. Chris Paul's agent says, I'm a point guard. Yeah, maybe not you as a point guard, though. But you are a point guard. You're somebody's point. That's what you would hear. You're somebody's person. You're just not mine. Chris Paul, you're somebody's point guard. You're just not my point guard. So no Chris Paul tonight because Ty Lue does not want to see his face. And that's what's going on.
And Alan, I'll put it like this, talk about Chris Paul. I'm so glad the Kings got Westbrook instead of Chris Paul when they were thinking about point guards in offseason of a veteran presence.
Yeah, and what's interesting about the Westbrook thing, and we're going to talk a good amount of Westbrook today because I don't know what to do with how well he has been playing. What's interesting about that is the idea that a lot of people throughout the NBA would say, we knew he could still do this. It's just a matter of how often do we want it to turn into the Westbrook universe. If you look at a lot of these other teams out there, and this is what we've talked about, they have those either big guards or they're doing the Paolo Banchero, Cooper Flag thing where the Jalen Johnson is starting to become this guy, Denny Avdia. By the way, it doesn't look like the Denny Avdia thing is because of a choice. It looks like it's more so because no Scoot, more Drew Holiday. I was reading some stuff on the Blazers because, I think they were just on national TV, and basically they were saying, yeah, they need Drew Holiday back, right? Denny is doing his thing, but right now they still need a point guard at those times. The usage with Denny is just through the roof. But when you look at Russell Westbrook, I think that's the difference, right? You want somebody to do a little something, but you don't need them to do everything that Russell Westbrook is doing. So moving forward, when we talk about some of these free agent point guards, I don't know if any of them are going to be able to put up the numbers that Russell Westbrook is putting up. But when you're talking about a rebuild and when you're talking about where this team is headed, do you actually want, at what point do you have to, not that you have to, but at what point should you break away from the Westbrook universe to start to move into that next phase? And I think the best way to answer that is, well, you don't even have a second point guard. You don't have a young point guard yet. You don't need to move off of that for Dennis Schroeder. But if you do go out and get a Darren Peterson, or you do go out and you take a swing on a young point guard, and by the way, the second draft point guards, I was trying to do some homework last night. Not great. The second draft point guard thing, second draft wings, it looks great, right? Because there's 1,000 wings running around. But the second draft point guard thing, not as juicy as what we're seeing with the wings. So 4.5 hours with you. Now we're down to 4 hours because I just talked for 30 minutes straight, and that was commercial free because that's what we do at the top of every hour. But 4 more hours with you, taking you up to 6:30. It's The Drive, guys. Alan South filling in for Whitey Gleason with my guy Ramsey. We got you until 6:30. Don't move. We're coming right back.
Visit SactownSports.com and join the Sactown Sports 1140 newsletter.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Country in the Park is back. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo. Miranda Lambert. John Party. Chris Young. Turnpike Troubadours. Dylan Scott and more. Line dancing live DJs, Mechanical Bulls, huge festival area, and food trucks. Tickets start at only $68. Country in the Park. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo with Michelob Ultra and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. More info at CITVFest.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
The new year is upon us with promises of new beginnings and new adventures. But don't let this past year slip away without savoring the memories made with family and friends. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Looking forward is always exciting, but I have a lot to appreciate in this past year, revolving around time with family and more good times spent around my Naturewood dining table. Watching my grandsons enjoy birthdays and holidays was priceless and reminds me that new life is the perfect balance between yesterday and today. Greet the new year with a visit to Naturewood Home Furnishings during their annual New Year's sale going on now, including all the fine furniture and accessories in every department. How about a new style for the new year? Find that perfect piece of furniture that's new today and filled with future memories for tomorrow. The memories you make with your family will stay with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
The Travel Guys, new on KHTK 1140 every Saturday at 11 a.m.
We'll make you a smarter traveler. Tips you can use on the road and at the airport, plus reports from top consumer advocates.
The Travel Guys, 11 a.m. on Sactown Sports 1140.
Daniel Tosh, my first farewell tour, Saturday, January 24th, 8 p.m., the venue at Thunder Valley.
This is how I come up with material. I rant to my friends and my family, my inner circle, and when they hate every word coming out of my mouth, I know it's ready.
Saturday, January 24th, 8 p.m., the venue at Thunder Valley. On sale now. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss your chance to see Daniel Tosh.
The Drive Guys powering your afternoons Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Taking you up to 6:30, leading you up to game night, okay? So an extra 30 minutes with you. It's not Whitey Gleason. It is Alan Stiles. Thank you to Chris Watkins, who filled in. We did a little flip-flop. So we got you until 6:30, getting you ready for Kings Clippers. And I do think that this is going to be a really fun game. You know, yesterday we were talking about things that you can take away from each game. This is a game where, yeah, it would be good. I'm not saying everything changes, but yeah, it would be good if DeMar DeRozan goes off tonight. I think that would be a good thing. I think that would be a very good thing, right? The Clippers have won 4 straight. They're still, I think, 7 games out of the 7 or 8 seed, so it's still a long way, but they're trying to figure out some things, and, you know, they've won 4 straight games, so we'll see what happens there. But DeMar DeRozan having a good game tonight, I think matters. I think would be a good thing. Okay, John Collins is questionable, but he's still a guy that I think the Kings should bring in, if nothing else, just to have Keegan get some looks at the 3. I think that would be good. And you know what's funny is Keegan should be getting some looks at the 3 with as much as they're playing Precious Achiuwa. So we're going to see some of it. I know everything gets switched so much these days, but bringing in somebody else, and we're going to talk about that is too, one thing the Kings cannot miss on as this season kind of progresses heading into next season. The one thing they cannot miss on, whenever you turn on the TV, something you're seeing that the Kings simply just do not have. So we have that for you. Like I said, we're here until 6:30, which is so funny because normally doing 10 a.m., 2 p.m., I'm a very structured person when it comes to this job and things, right? So breaking out of my comfort zone a little bit, it's good for me, as my family would say. But it's funny because even though the Drive Guys is the same length as my show, well, you got games and other things, but for the most part, it's a 4-hour show. I will be so far removed from work that I'll get in the car 3 hours later. It's pitch black outside. It's 5 o'clock. And my radio will come on, and it's Whitey and Jay talking. I'm thinking, they're still on the air, but only 3 hours have passed. So you're going to be doing a lot throughout the day. You got to drop your parakeet off at the vet. You got to drop your iguana off at daycare, and you're probably going to get back in the car, and I'll be here. So 916-339-1140, call line and text line. We have a lot of different storylines that are floating around. The Kuminga quota is alive and well. Sam Amick talked about it. And we also have the Clutch Point staff, specifically my boy Brett Siegel, talking about it as well, basically proclaiming that the Warriors will move him before the deadline. He can't say where, but he will be moved. And based on what Sam Amick is saying, doesn't necessarily sound like the Kings, but hey, you start looking around and there's nowhere else to go. That tends to be an issue. We are going to get into the NFL odds for Coach of the Year and an MVP. But Paul wants to be a part of the conversation. And look, I just called out the phone line, so if you call, we will talk to you. What's up, Paul? Thanks for calling. What you got for us?
Hey, the Niners look good on Sunday night. That was a hell of a game. You guys probably were impressed.
Definitely was, Paul. Definitely was, man. It was a great game.
I think if we get Kittles, I think he's playing Saturday night. But I think have you heard anything on status about Trent Williams?
Yeah, thanks for the call, Paul. I haven't heard anything quite yet. And funny enough, we were just about to lead into, and during Crosstalk, we were talking about who you trust, the 3 teams you trust in the playoffs. And yeah, I mean, the Niners without Trent Williams, I mean, it's just crazy because everything that they've been through, and they're still seeing hits. This was from Kyle Shanahan. This was after the game, though, so this was just yesterday. I'm not sure. Shanahan said, I mean, he tried to go and he couldn't. So Trent told me he has never pulled a hamstring before. Not really sure how it will be. And that was on the pick. Things went left.
It was on. Yeah, that literally, as you know, I went to the game.
Yeah.
My dad and I get in the game, Fred Warner's doing the little horn thing. Mm-hmm. We stop. 2 seconds later, Jalen Johnson makes a play. TJ Edwards gets the pick 6, 7-0 Bears. I didn't even realize it till like halfway through the first quarter. I look up at the TV, and Trent Williams on the sideline. I'm like, what's going on? And then I find out what's going on. So I didn't even know he pulled his hamstring.
Let me ask you this, and I mean this as respectfully as possible. Trent Williams, one of the most impressive athletes that we've seen, right? On that offensive line, he's a Hall of Famer, one of the best to ever do it. When is the last time Trent Williams had to sprint like that?
Half past never. I couldn't tell you.
And you know what? It's such a human instinct to do it. But if you were to ask how, he's dang near like a quarterback in the meme of Matthew Stafford trying to stop the pick six, and somebody put the MVP award as the DB that intercepted him.
Damn shame.
But if you were to ask Kyle Shanahan, hey, do you want Trent to try to stop that pick six in that moment? Kyle Shanahan is saying, absolutely not. Just stop. But kudos to Trent Williams, because a lot of people will say, hey, these players don't play hard and things like that. But if you were to ask Kyle Shanahan, brother, just like the quarterback, I don't need you trying to tackle him and throw your shoulder. Trent, I don't need you sprinting full speed, pulling your hammy to stop a pick six. Thank you. But I think Kyle would say, no, give him the pick six. They still won.
As they say, team player made the attempt, tried to lay it out for the team, but you could have pulled back for the greatness of the team.
Yeah.
I mean,
but you know what? If you were to ask Trent, he probably thought it was just human nature. You
Probably.
know, you're a competitor. You're trying to get him to stop, but it's not. It wasn't worth it. And now we have to wait and see what happens there. So a great call from Paul. We appreciate you.
And just to piggyback off that about Trent Williams, he wasn't even close to T.J. Edwards.
No, I was going to say, does someone have a picture?
He wasn't even close to T.J. Edwards.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
Once T.J. Edwards turned the corner, he was gone. There was no one even close.
Yeah. It just says a lot about Trent Williams, though, because he's had the thing where I want more money, I want this, I want that, and nobody really complains because he's so good at his job. But yeah, brother, we don't need that. Yeah, we don't need you doing that.
And I mean, everyone knows I'm not a fan of the San Francisco football team. I'll just say this: Trent Williams is a massive human being.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Massive human being.
I'm telling you, each day he gets out there, unless it's a pick six or, on some of those McCaffrey runs and things like that. But even then, he was booking. So kudos to him. But now the Niners have to wait and see what happens there. I don't know that we're still waiting and seeing on what's going to happen with the MVP race after Matthew Stafford and his 3 interceptions. You have Drake May at -400 to win it. Matthew Stafford at +300. So it's basically been a 2-horse race. And look, we can go back and forth on.
I've got a question for you. Mm-hmm. Does one game cost you an MVP?
A game like that, I think, if you lose to the Niners and do the same thing, I think Matthew Stafford's probably okay. Losing to a team, if you lose to a playoff team, I think you might have been okay. Losing to the Falcons, who, again, one of the most confusing teams in the NFL, and not the most.
And ironically enough, you could say losing to the Falcons, but the Falcons could be technically tied as a division winner and still not make the playoffs.
Yeah. So I think that it's probably going to go to Drake May. Matthew Stafford, a lot has changed for the Rams in 10 days, and I just don't trust them. I keep telling y'all. I don't trust the Seahawks. I think they're fraudulent. The Rams, I can't call them fraudulent, but they keep doing weird stuff.
They lost both their road game, both NFC South road games this year.
Can't happen.
And if we're referring to that, and they cannot get the 5 seed, correct?
No, they still can.
Okay, so if they
can
get the 5 seed,
yeah,
Carolina wins on Saturday, they'd have to go avenge that loss in Carolina of all places if they get the 5 seed.
Right, but obviously they would prefer that instead of heading to Philly.
Again, like you said, you'd prefer that. But hey, we have history on paper. They lost in Carolina earlier this season.
Yeah, Mike Vrabel has essentially run away with the coach of the year. So Drake May, Mike Vrabel, you see a theme here. So it looks like he's going to win coach of the year. But after that win, as the Niners took care of business against the Bears, Shanahan jumped from, I think he was, last time I checked, he was 4th. The last time we did this exercise, he's now 2nd. So he's at +180. Mike Vrabel at -140. Mike McDonald at +700. Liam Cohen at +1200. Bears coach Ben Johnson and Broncos coach Sean Payton, both at plus 4,000. So that game for Kyle Shanahan was huge. And, maybe there's another jump. Do we think if the Niners win and beat the Seahawks, could we see Kyle Shanahan jump and beat the Patriots? I just think it's funny how sometimes we care about strength of schedule, sometimes we don't. I'm not bagging on what the Patriots have done and Mike Vrabel. I'm just saying normally people do bag on that.
For those that are watching YouTube, I'm going to give you the ever famous from 1993. I'll give you the Jordan shrug. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, here's the other problem, right? The Niners had an easy schedule on paper. They just had more injuries than the Patriots. So I guess it just depends on what you're into and, what you think is important.
And you know who my personal coach of the year is, but
I hear it. He's at plus 4,000 now. That loss dropped Ben Johnson and catapulted Kyle Shanahan, but neither of them are slated to win.
In the grand scheme of that game, the grand scheme of things, the way that game went, neither team played defense. Mm-hmm. And even when my dad and I, I'm going to tell you this, even when San Francisco scored to make it 42-38, we looked dead at each other like, okay, Caleb time. Got him right where we want him.
Yeah.
2:15, 3 timeouts. Let's go, Caleb.
Yeah.
He just happened to, games never lost on the last play of the game. Yes, he threw the ball short to, I believe it was either Luther Burden or Jade Walker, either one. But there were some other plays, like in my opinion, I couldn't really see it from my vantage point, but when they called the penalty, when the Bears had the second interception of Brock Purdy, that flipped the game in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
But, it was still okay. And, yes, I left disappointed, but in the grand scheme of the way the week went for the Bears, you leave Week 17, guaranteed top 3 seed, and the division winner of the NFC North, and you're guaranteed at least one home game at Soldier Field.
Yeah.
That's not a bad way to leave Week 17.
No. Well, we will get to all of the NFL scenarios. We have that guide for you, so don't move. More Drive Guys coming up.
Download the Sactown Sports app.
Sacramento sports in your pocket. This is Sactown Sports 1140.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
California's largest sportsman's expo is back, January 15th through 18th at Cal Expo in Sacramento. We've got more tackle. Grab deep discounts on a huge selection of fishing gear, apparel, and accessories at the giant Fisherman's Warehouse booth. NorCal's largest gathering for anglers, hunters, and off-roading enthusiasts. Your life outdoors at the International Sportsman's Expo, January 15th through 18th at Cal Expo in Sacramento. More info at sportsexpos.com.
Just announced, Stockton Honda has been named #1 of California's best car dealers in 2025 by USA Today and Statista. This prestigious award is based on thousands of customer reviews and recommendations, ranking dealerships for service, value, and satisfaction. Out of hundreds evaluated, Stockton Honda is proud to be #1, recognized for all-around excellence and commitment to our customers. Visit Stockton Honda, where reputation meets the road.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Coach Christie here letting you know the year-end sell-a-thon is on at Folsom Lake Ford, and with your approved credit, get 0% financing plus 0 down, plus no payments for 90 days on select new Fords. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford today. Interest accrues from date of purchase.
Guys, feeling low energy or low drive? It could be low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health, start with a free T-check and consultation. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off TRT. Book now at ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply, must medically qualify.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
Live and local, it's the Tribe Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
We got you not just until 6, like the Drive Guys normally get down, but we have you until 6:30, extra 30 minutes. Got to work out some different scheduling kinks, if you will, because the Kings don't play at 7 or 7:30. They play at 8, and they're taking on the Clippers. And, of course, you can hear the G-Man and all that action right here on your home of the Beam Team. So we were discussing all of the different scenarios, or we were starting to break down some of the different scenarios. So we have that in more detail. And in 15 minutes, as I mentioned, 15 minutes, one of the most in-depth clips of audio that I've ever heard from Scott Perry. And it really just kind of illustrates how tough it is to make a deal, right? It's easy for people like me or people like you. Everybody's got a show these days, can get in front of a mic and say, go make a move, go do this, go do that. And look, you can still feel like that. I still feel like that. But Scott Perry does give more of a breakdown. To me, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of earlier, what was that, last week when Kirk Cousins kind of broke down. There was a media member that asked him to kind of break down his thought process and how he kind of goes through his progressions and things like that. And Kirk gave this super detailed answer, and everybody said that was great. That's what it felt like for me hearing this from Scott Perry as far as what it means and what you have to do as a GM to make moves and get things done. Especially now, there's a lot of focus on this second apron and some of the different, loopholes and restrictions that weren't really there kind of the last time Scott Perry was doing this. So, yeah, that's coming up in about 15 minutes. So you really don't want to miss that. But as far as the scenarios are concerned, in the NFC, Green Bay is locked in as the 7 seed, okay, and will play the number 2 seed on Wild Card Weekend, either Chicago or Philly. Carolina clinches the NFC South title and the 4 seed with a Carolina win versus Tampa Bay, or if Atlanta beats the Saints. So that's what's going on in the NFC South. Tampa Bay, and hey, my guy was Baker, but he's not. My season's over. I got second place. So Baker, do your thing, man, but you didn't really come through for me when I need you. Baker and the Bucks, who are terrible these days. I think they're 1-7. Their last 8 games, just atrocious. They clinched the NFC South title and a number 4 seed with a win, and now they need Atlanta to lose or tie the New Orleans Saints. Seattle clinches the NFC West title and the number 1 seed if they beat the Niners. Pretty simple there. If not, they will be the 5th seed, and then they will go to the winner of that NFC South. San Francisco clinches the NFC West title and the number 1 seed with a win over Seattle. But when it comes to the number 5 seed, they get the number 5 seed if the Rams lose to the Cardinals, which is possible these days with what the Rams are doing. If SF ties, they would get the 5th seed, or if the Rams tie to Arizona, they would get the 5th seed. So, they're more so focused on that 1 seed, and they don't want that to be a situation. But, of course, the Seahawks are too. The Rams can only be the 5 or 6 seed and clinches the 5 seed with a win over Arizona and an SF loss. Okay, so they really tricked off their situation on Monday night. Chicago can only be the 2 or 3 seed and clinches the 2 seed with a win over Detroit or a Philadelphia loss, or they tie and the Eagles tie. And last but not least, the Eagles can only be a 2 or 3 seed and clinches the number 2 seed with a win and a Chicago loss or tie, or Philly ties and Chicago loses. So those are the kind of more confusing. I know someone's doing the meme from Horrible Bosses, when you're just looking at all the different connections and things like that. In other news, when it comes to the Chargers, they kind of made headlines because they're locked in where they're at, and they are deciding to rest Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert has had the hand thing, right? He's been running all over the place, and they have decided we're just not going to test it. We're not going to put him in any worse of situations because he does take a lot of hits, and the Chargers have decided he will not be playing. And we're going to see more options and more situations like that come up. Another conversation is that with that happening, and look, don't sleep on Trey Lance, but with that happening, that kind of gives Denver the edge to be the top seed in the AFC. Look, I know going through Denver is tough. It can be cold and things like that, the altitude, but I don't know what to do. We're going to do this later with stock up, stock down with the quarterbacks. I don't know what to do with Bo Nix. I really don't. They've had some good comebacks, and I was pretty high on them coming into the season, but I don't know, just watching some of these other guys take leaps and knowing he's a little bit older, I was hoping to see more, but hey, this is where you make your legacy, right? And he hasn't really lost them games. They've just been stuck in the mud a little bit. I think Cortland Sutton has come on as of late. I like Troy Franklin. I like some of the guys that they have. Pat Bryant, he went down. I think it was a concussion, but Pat Bryant, the rookie, he's been balling out. So yeah, I just don't really trust Denver's offense. Is their defense good enough to just overcome it? And you know how we keep saying, oh, the NFC's got to go through Santa Clara, San Francisco. Oh, the AFC's got to go through Denver. I don't know if anybody is shaking in their boots. I guess they're shaking in their boots for that Denver defense. But think about if the Texans went, right? The Texans defense is right there with the Broncos. I mean, take the under in that game. But there's some good defenses in the AFC to where I don't know if it's just back, what was that, Super Bowl 50 with Peyton and Cam Newton. Hey, we have a historic defense. Let's just go to work and let them do that. I think there are a couple different high-level elite defenses in the AFC. So I don't know what to do with Denver, but they're not my betting favorite coming out of the AFC. But if you ask me who is my betting favorite coming out of the AFC, I don't know. I'm just going to default and say the Bills.
And ironically enough, you just brought up the last Super Bowl that was in Santa Clara.
Yeah. There you go. There you go. And to have what Peyton did and show that, and everyone said, well, Peyton wasn't even that good at that time. Look, Bo Nix has not been playing poorly, don't get me wrong, but as far as his stock, I don't really hear anybody talking about Bo's stock being up. Trevor Lawrence's stock is up. There are a couple guys, Malik Willis, Snoop Huntley, their stocks, Mac Jones, but Bo Nix could possibly be the 1 seed and nobody cares. Nobody cares. And he's had crazy comeback wins. So this this situation and everything that's going on in the NFL this season it's just a lot of fun, man. And there's been people out there, I saw the Craig Carton show, they were saying this season stinks. Well, I don't think so. I think this season has been a lot of fun. And I thought that even when the Chiefs were still in it, I think it'd be more fun if the Chiefs were in it too. But hey, every season or every league needs a season like this. And I don't know how the viewership and the ratings will like it or dislike it. But, the NBA, what was that? The Suns and the Bucks, you're not going to be able to make up for that even with Giannis and Devin Booker and Chris Paul. But you could have, we don't even do what's the worst combination in the Super Bowl because people are going to watch regardless. But just for fun, what would be the worst viewing combination?
Jacksonville, Carolina.
That would be bad. That would be bad. Yeah, Broncos, they got the history. Obviously, the Steelers aren't in yet. Ravens aren't in yet.
Technically Carolina's not in yet, but
Jacksonville in is bad. Jacksonville in is bad. Carolina in is bad too, but I just don't think they're going, right? Well, what's the most realistic? I think Jacksonville is realistic because we just talked about it. But who's the worst NFC team ratings-wise? Is it the Seahawks, or did the Seahawks kind of build their legacy with the Legion of Boom?
The 6 teams that are in all get decent ratings for the NFC.
Let me hear them.
Seattle, the Bears, the Eagles, San Francisco, the Rams, and the Packers.
Yeah. So you're good in the NFC.
That's why I said if they make it, Carolina.
Yeah. Yeah. Even the Bucks I don't think would be great. Sorry, Florida, but yeah, the Florida teams. All right. Well, those are the different scenarios leading into the last week of the NFL. A lot of fun. And like I said, we have those incentives that you do not want to miss. All right. If you want to pay for your kids' tuition, you do want to hear these incentives. That's coming up in the 4:00 hour. But coming up next, I've teased it enough. So let's hear from Scott Perry and his very in-depth answer when he's asked about the difficulty of constructing a team. I almost said Alan Styles. Drive Guys coming up next.
Malik Monk plays here.
Started left, goes right, steps back, launches the 3. Nothing but net. Oh, that was just filthy. Oh, my, that was sweet.
Sactown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Call Maverick Electrical to claim your free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check with a donation. This month, donate 5 canned foods to Maverick Electric's Holiday Food Drive and get a free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check. They'll collect your cans at the appointment and make sure your heat stays comfy and your lights stay steady, so the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callamaverick.com to schedule your free tune-up today.
What would a Maverick do? 'Cause you're a Maverick too.
Give to get with no gimmicks. Limited appointments, some restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
The holiday rush continues at your California Ford dealers. The Ford year-end sell-a-thon is on. Now through January 2nd, get our best offers across the most popular Ford trucks and SUVs. From America's best-selling Ford F-Series trucks for 48 years, the legendary F-150 and Super Duty, to the Bronco family of SUVs for those who don't wait for adventure to begin. Plus, all-electric standouts like the Mustang Mach-E and F-150 Lightning. And Explorer and Escape, the perfect balance of comfort, capability, and everyday versatility. Get ready to power through whatever the season brings in a Ford. But don't wait. These year-end sell-a-thon savings won't last. The clock's ticking. The lots are moving. And these are the season's biggest savings on an incredible selection of Ford vehicles. Rush in before the sell-a-thon and the savings are over January 2nd. Get to your California Ford dealers today. Claim based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year industry reported total.
KHD KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140. Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Alan Stiles filling in for Whitey Gleason. He deserves that time off. Ramsey behind the glass. Jay deserves that time off too. We're all back. I don't know about Carmichael Dave, but we're all back on Monday. This is my last show of the year. Chris Watkins doing a great job filling in, bouncing around a different shows. We don't even know what show he's going to be on tomorrow, but he's going to be on one of the shows. So we appreciate him and everybody else that's been helping out around the station as some of us are taking some PTO. 'Tis the season. And look, maybe 'tis the season to start to construct this Kings team in a way that makes sense. And Scott Perry was on the Hoop Genius podcast, okay? So this is a clip. He gets asked about constructing a team. And Scott Perry has been on my show. Scott Perry has been on the morning show. Scott Perry has been on the Drive Guys. And we love what we hear from Scott Perry, but you do hear, some recurring themes, right? You hear some recurring themes. He gets asked this question, and I think, being in a podcast setting, you're not talking to people that talk about the Kings 24/7. I think it allowed Scott Perry to maybe let his shoulders down a little bit. And he just got pretty real about some of the ins and outs of constructing a team. And I thought it was very fascinating. And as somebody that'll sit there and say, go make a move then. Get on the phones. How often do you hear not 6 hours. We got 3 shows, right? 12 hours of the day, 6 to 6, right? Get on the phones then, Scott. You go on social media. Get on the phones then, Scott. Right? How often do you hear that? And it's not that simple. And I get it. That's why they get paid the big bucks. I'm not pocket watching, but that's true. But it was refreshing to hear some of the details and the breakdowns as to why it's not as simple as it may seem. And Ramsey, we got this. Let's hear from Scott Perry and what he had to say.
Oh, and no, it's extremely complex. And I think this makes deals harder to do. Yeah. As the both of you well know, look, there's 3 ways you're going to improve your basketball team in terms of talent. That's through the draft, through free agency, and through trades. And so to your point, talking about trades now and the number of teams that are negotiating either the first or second apron. Now, if you're dealing with the second apron team and you're trying to trade, let's say, bigger salary, a huge impediment for that team is, A, they can't take back $1 more. B, they can't aggregate, meaning they can't trade you 2 or 3 players to equal the salary of maybe one player that you want to trade. So now, that makes it extremely difficult to deal with those teams. So it takes out, almost a third of the league in a sense of being able to do maybe one-to-one deal in that type of example. So that's why you end up seeing, the thought process behind 3 and 4 team deals, because you're trying to massage everybody's apron issues, and your better teams more than likely are either approaching the second apron or in the second apron because they've got, they've invested in big players and that have helped them win and pushed them into that area. So, but even those teams are always looking to tweak their rosters, but then trying to find the right fit, between your roster and their roster, and making sure that they either have the salary has to match perfectly, or they take back a little less. Makes it difficult. And it's changed even the nature of free agency too.
Yeah,
from what I can tell. And so I don't know that you're going to see, the movement in free agency to that degree of all, the big names and stuff anymore, because again, it's limiting in terms of how much money and space, teams are going to have. And a lot of, good players, as we read, a lot of times are always looking to maybe go to teams that are already there, top 2 or 3. Well, that's makes it hard to do. So, but it's exciting. Again, I look at everything. Again, that's the glass half full. Half empty. For me, I'm more half full, and I think more teams that you see now, like obviously OKC, who's at the top of the league. The big trade for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has paid off, but the majority of that group has been done through the draft.
Yes,
and developing players. And so I think that's why we talk about time, patience, prudence, because you got to draft well, but then you got to develop those players. No matter how good they are coming out of college or from Europe, it takes time to develop. You got to go around this league a couple of years and take your lumps and learn the personnel and learn what you can and cannot do, and then work to improve. It's important that you have a staff that can develop these young guys and help them reach their potential. That is where, to me, is the biggest area in terms of roster construction, and the most economic way of building the depth in your roster is going to be through the draft and the cost certainty that rookie scale contracts bring.
That was Scott Perry on the Hoop Genius podcast. And yeah, a couple people saying, well, quite literally, people were saying couldn't necessarily understand him, but then also what was he saying from just a talking standpoint. So, hey, man, we just read in the audio. That's what it was. He was in a room, so we just thought it was important enough to try to get it over to you. And look, the crux of it was basically that there's just a lot of different issues, and that's why to go one-to-one these days, that's why a lot of these trades, you'll just see a random third team get entered for salary reasons, things like that. And before this second apron stuff, that wasn't necessarily the case. You could just say, hey, we got this player, that player. Yeah, we're over, but we can just throw in this player here. That's not necessarily the case. So now it feels like there are a lot of different issues that do get tossed around. And, it's funny not to necessarily bring it straight back to the Kuminga quota, which we are going to hit time and time again in my last show of 2025. But it is interesting because maybe part of the reason that the Kings felt confident in the Malik Monk, protected first in that whole situation is Scott Perry saying to Mike Dunleavy Jr., you know how difficult it is to do these deals, right? So we're giving you a pretty clean one-to-one. And you might not think it's as much as you should be getting back, but you're talking about getting a lot of other teams to tango, or you're just going to have to give up more assets to the Pelicans if you want your guy in Trey Murphy, guys like that. So he mentioned that just as far as the actual construction of it. And then he went into how OKC and others built it, which is why I'm not surprised that and I don't know that there is a specific, we joke about the Vavengers, that's Vivek's Avengers, and how, he loves the Kyle Kuzmas. We know what he loves. Half of them are on the Kings right now, but we know who he loves and we know what he loves. I'm not even sure that Kuminga in a weird way is a Vavenger, because I do feel like that just is an opportunity that the Kings see. They just see a 22, I don't know, he might be 23 now. Feels like he's been 22 forever. But a 22, 23-year-old wing, and that's where this league is going, with the ability to pop a little bit. I don't think it's necessarily we love Kuminga the same way we know that Vivek loved Zach LaVine. We know that he's loved some of these players that, again, are now on the Kings. I don't even know if it's like that. I think it's just a good situation. He's down the street. The Warriors keep looking around, trying to get more for him, and they can't. So the Kings are saying, we're just right here. Pretty simple. You get a protected first. You get Malik Monk. Let's just make it do what it do. And I think they would do the same thing as I kicked off the show about DeMar DeRozan, but the Warriors think they're too good for all that, so they're going to spend more, and according to Brett Siegel, they're willing to spend more to get back what they want. I personally do not think that the Warriors are winning the whole thing if they add Trey Murphy. I don't.
And just speaking, as you were just saying, to Kuminga, what's the one thing that he's doing that I don't know what it's doing to his value? He's catching DNP CDs.
Yeah, he is. And funny enough, to juxtapose that with who the deal was supposed to be with, Malik kind of was too. Not anymore.
Malik unfortunately caught a couple against Portland.
Not anymore, but also the Kings are a lot more injured than the Warriors are right now. We know Kuminga gets in there and he gets to do his thing once Jimmy or whoever misses some time. So, yeah, and it's not specifically about Kuminga. I'm just using that as an example because Scott Perry is saying you have to do it. OKC did it via trade, but then they also had a bunch of picks and you go from there. He is very big on developing, and he continues to talk about it doesn't matter. He said this time and time again. It does not matter the type of talent you get unless you mold them the right way. So I would throw this back to Scott Perry. And I've been on this for a while. I'm not ageist. I'm not. But when you start to look around at some of these players that are developing, and I'm obsessed with Peyton Watson. That's my new thing. I'm obsessed. He's going to be a restricted free agent. I don't know if the Nuggets are going to be able to pay him. They paid Christian Brown, and he's really only playing because Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown have been out essentially all season long. But I'm obsessed with Peyton Watson. But these guys come in at 20, 21 years old. So you start looking around, and Peyton Watson's the same age as Nick Clifford and Devin Carter. He is.
God blessing me with his body.
He's the same age as those guys. Right? But he's been in the league for a couple years. So he's been running and playing at this speed, even if he's not playing that much. So I would say this as a 2026 New Year's resolution, and hopefully the Kings have a top 3 pick. Hopefully they have the number 1 pick. But I would say this. You have to stop with the older draft picks. It's done. If now you're rebuilding, I won't knock him for Nick Clifford because I've said this before. The Nick Clifford pick was in the same realm as adding Dennis Schroeder. That's a guy that can help us now. Those were moves made hoping that they would be the Phoenix Suns. They are not the Phoenix Suns.
Here's what I want to say to what you're saying about drafting the older players. I have no issue with drafting an older player as long as they're NBA ready and have some form of basketball IQ, it works. But if they're older and there's reasons why they stayed in college for some time,
yeah,
I understand where you're coming from.
But you're making me say it, Ramsey, and we're in a good mood, so I'm not trying to kill the mood, but you're making me say it. I don't know how high Nick Clifford's ceiling is. So Scott Perry's focus on development, Nick Clifford is going to get better. This has been my thing the whole time. And a lot of Kings fans got on me because we saw him do some things. In Summer League, he was the go-to guy. But this is not Summer League. This is the league. And I'd love to see Nick I said the same thing about Keegan. I'd love to see both of them in a more focused offense that is around them. But you're looking at guys, right, when you look at ceilings, getting a 6'8", 20-year-old, and that's why there's so many floating around for second drafts, because you will miss. Don't get me wrong, you'll miss, but you got to start taking swings. But I don't mind the Nick Clifford pick for this season.
And Maxine's in a similar boat too,
he's
because
24.
He's 22. He'll be 23 in April.
Okay.
But he played 4 years in college.
There you go. So it really depends on. And by the way, speaking of college, in that 6 o'clock hour, we're going to talk about the college football playoff because I know Ramsey wants to and I want to as well. But I really got to talk about this situation with college sports and not NBA players, but guys that were drafted going back to college.
The Baylor situation.
That is insanity. So 6 o'clock, we have to talk about that. That's the bonus Okay, we got plenty of Kings. We're getting you ready, but that's insane. But neither here nor there right now. Yes, you're right, Ramsey. I'm funny enough, Maxime, like the youngest dude on the team at 22, but he got his 4 years. He got in, got out. Shout out Stanford. And, he's a guy that I think Maxime has a higher ceiling than Nick Clifford. I personally do.
Depends on the situation, which way this team goes, as we're talking about going through a rebuild.
Mm-hmm. So now that if you're Scott Perry and you're sitting there and you're saying, we need to get guys in, we need to develop them, that's what we have to do, there's more development to be had with younger players. I think that's obvious. You're not going to hit on all of them, right? Some of them are just not going to pan out. But if you're talking about moving this thing through the draft, you'll look up and you'll see whatever player it is, they have 3-4 years under their belt. They're 23 years old. They are. I mean, even Keegan is,
I was getting ready to go there with Keegan.
Keegan is a perfect example. Like, that is completely fine. I'm not saying you got to draft a bunch of 19-year-olds, but you have to start to turn the tide here and reset the timeline a little bit. And you're not going to do that drafting 23-year-olds. You're just not going to do it. I mean, I think we already looked it up. Nick turns 24 in February. So that's a big deal. That's the same age as Peyton Watson. Peyton Watson has 2-3 years in the league, and he's improved.
February 9th.
So that was a big takeaway I had from what Scott Perry had to say. I thought it was really insightful. Listen back to it. Listen to the whole thing. It's a Hoop Genius podcast. And, yeah, you start looking around here, and we were having a pretty in-depth conversation about the point guard thing and how much you need, how much you don't. The other part of this is where Domantas Sabonis fits into all this. I think we would know we're going to know a lot more about Domantas Sabonis. If you're not aware, Domantas Sabonis up for an extension this summer. Okay? So if you look, that's 2 years. It's the De'Aaron Fox thing. When you get to 2 years on your deal, it's the Trae Young thing. You get to 2 years on your deal. Do you extend? What happens there? Obviously, the Hawks did not extend with Trae Young, and they're trying to give that brother away. They are trying to give that brother away, and they can't do it right now. The reports are the Hawks really want Anthony Davis, but the problem is the Mavericks don't want Trae Young, right? Or the Mavericks are definitely willing to deal Anthony Davis to the Hawks, but they don't want to take Trae Young's contract. Well, sorry, Mavericks, but Anthony Davis makes $50 million. We just heard from Scott Perry about how difficult it is to make these deals work. That's actually a situation where it would make a little bit of sense from a money perspective, 1-to-1, but they got Kyrie at 30 whatever million, which then goes back to what Scott Perry said, which is why you see third teams have to pop in more than you saw in the 2010s and years like that, because everybody's trying to figure out what everyone needs. And I don't know, Ramsey, I got a crazy thought. This is the last show of the year, so I'm in my bag right now. Who has the worst contract or the worst PR value right now out of the guys that we've talked about? Ja Morant, Zion, Zach LaVine, Domantas. I don't even think Domantas Sabonis deserves to be in that conversation, but Zach LaVine and Trae Young. Because of how he plays, hang with me. Because of how he plays and how all these teams want these big 6'7", 6'8". I know some kids out there doing the 6'7" thing. These 6'7", 6'8". Hey, because even Cade is 6'6". These big guards or these point forwards. Is it crazy to me if I said out loud that Zach LaVine, I know he hasn't been playing, that Zach LaVine might have more value than Trae Young right now?
No whatsoever, not in my opinion. And
because of how he plays.
Yeah, and if you're talking about contract to, if you call it PR or whatever the value is, I wouldn't take any of the, I'd take Anthony Davis for the fact that he can't stay healthy.
You would take Anthony Davis over Trae, or you wouldn't? Or you're saying the worst PR?
The worst.
But we're seeing reports of Anthony Davis interest. We're not seeing any reports, and that goes
and that goes all the way. Bring it full circle. I know you've seen it. Mm-hmm. What the 4 or 5 team trade that Bobby Marks proposed with Trae Young and everybody going everywhere,
right?
To basically match salaries. feeding into what Scott Perry talked about, why you got to get a third team, why you got to get a fourth team involved, just like going back to the trade that happened in February, why there were 3 teams involved to bring Zach LaVine to Sacramento, and you had to move.
Even the KD thing had a shady, 2-3 other teams that just nobody talked about.
Yeah, was it the KD? Which was the one that, was it the KD that had the 17?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So, I look at what Anthony Davis and his interest, and that tells me a couple things. Everybody is always going to take a chance on a big man, right? And, shout out Kyle. Obviously, we do the show together. Kyle has always said Anthony Davis' value is just always there. Somebody's always going to take a chance, even if you swing and miss. And right now, I would say, Ramsey, Anthony Davis, I've been surprised. I would agree with you. I've been surprised about all of the interest that he's had, but this is kind of how it's always gone, right? You're looking at a Trae Young who he's missed some time too, okay? Doesn't defend. We're moving away, or we seem to be moving away.
Yeah, he's not even number one. He's not even number one on that team anymore.
The only time you can have a ball-dominant guard these days, what it seems like, and this is the Russell Westbrook issue too, is if a ball-dominant person, not even a guard, if you're going to have a ball-dominant player, that player is the best player on your team. Luka, Cade, right? So it doesn't necessarily. And I don't know what's going on with Paolo.
And
Paolo.
You could argue vice versa. James Harden.
James Harden. Now, yes, he is a point guard, but he's also, not the Kawhi thing. Just follow along with us here. James Harden, best player on that team, right? Along with Kawhi, but Kawhi's never handled the ball like that.
No.
So it's less about I need a point guard to be our floor general, which is probably why the Chris Paul interest isn't crazy, but I need this floor general to do everything for me. No, we need somebody to we need somebody to be Tyler Algier. We need somebody to spell our best player, or when we want our best player to play off ball. We need Tyler Algier. Who's in that? We need Kenneth Gainwell. Okay? That's what we need.
You need an I don't know even if you want to equate it. You need a Kyle Manung guy like the Bears have.
You need Manung guy, right? He might be your number one coming up, but we need Manung guy. We need David Montgomery. That's what we need. Okay? That's what we need. So that's what it looks like a lot of these contenders are looking for. And I look at Trae Young and I look at Zach LaVine, and you're telling me, I don't know when's the last time Trae Young went for a 40 ball, because I don't even know, he's been injured too, and I know Zach LaVine hasn't been playing, but we know Zach LaVine, yes, he is slightly overpaid. Don't ask him that, because I wouldn't say I'm overpaid either. And Carmichael Dave essentially said that to his face. It's a very funny clip. Go find it from Media Day. But you have that going on, okay? But hey, sometimes he's going to be hot, sometimes he's not, but he could go off for 30 for you on any given night just based on how well he shoots the basketball. That was supposed to be Trae Young's bag, but Trae Young has kind of turned into a guy who is pass first, doesn't defend, and Zach LaVine is better at defense than Trae Young. So I don't know. I did not think this is where this segment was going, but I think I've decided that Zach LaVine has more value than Trae Young.
Here's what teams are trying to tell you.
We need dogs.
That's right. Or we need somebody that is, like, to me, the problem is Trae is not a spot-up shooter, right? He's not a spot-up shooter. It's the same thing as Russell Westbrook. We're not necessarily saying you're overpaid, Trae. You are a little bit. What we're saying is we don't need to bring you in to do this, which is funny enough.
And what's ironic, you say Westbrook's not a spot-up shooter, but what's he been doing with the Kings?
Oh, yeah. He's
been spotting up from three.
Yeah. And ironically enough, this is the same Sabonis conundrum, because Sabonis is worth the money if you have him be the do-it-all hub. But I don't think a lot of teams want Sabonis to be the do-it-all hub. We want some of that, but not all of that. But if you only want some of that and you're paying all of that contract.
Yeah, you're losing your value with Sabonis.
That's the problem. So all these guys that are just ball dominant, Trae Young, right? Domantas Sabonis, the league doesn't know what to do with them.
James Harden.
But James Harden can get you for 40 though.
Yeah.
That's why people are okay with it.
And he can get you for 40 and get 20 of those from the free throw line.
That's right. Trey is not getting you for 40. No. And then he's getting dogged by Davion Mitchell in the play-in game, not getting the rebound and blowing his season. That stuff matters. So Scott Perry is sitting here telling us we got to develop guys. We can get all the talent that we have, but we have to develop them in a certain way. And again, we went through another situation, another conversation where he is not talking about the catalyst of this team, Domantas Sabonis. And in 2026, like I said, he's up for extension. A lot of things are going to be revealed with Domantas Sabonis because it's just weird to me. It will never not be weird to me that Scott Perry essentially, not that he doesn't get asked about Sabonis a lot, which is also funny and weird, but Scott Perry does not talk about Domantas Sabonis when he's talking about the future.
Or doesn't talk about him by name, as you're saying.
No, he'll talk about Keegan. He'll talk about players. He'll talk about the young guys.
Yeah, like I was going to say, the main two you hear talked about are Keegan and Nee Clifford.
Tell me if you've ever heard Scott Perry say anything about building around Domantas Sabonis. Tell me if you've heard that. Because I haven't.
I don't know where. I haven't heard, like you said, I haven't heard Scott Perry truly utter Domantas Sabonis' name out of his mouth at some point in time.
And he doesn't have to. I'm just saying, you're telling us without telling us. You're saying it without saying it. We're preparing for what's next to come. And I think we're going to find out a lot of that.
Yeah, as you're saying, tell me you don't want Domantas Sabonis without telling me you don't want Domantas Sabonis.
And it's not about want. I just think it's, hey, we're moving forward, right? Now they're trying to figure out how to move forward. And once again, as we move forward, like I said, you didn't think we were going to leave 2026 without the John Collins quota, did you? I almost said Alan Sal's again. Drive, guys. We'll be right back.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Coach Christie here letting you know the year-end sell-a-thon is on at Folsom Lake Ford. And with your approved credit, get 0% financing plus 0 down, plus no payments for 90 days on select new Fords. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford today. Interest accrues from date of purchase.
I'm Craig Ashton of the injury law firm of Ashton & Price. The winter months bring joy, but also with more rain and snow, unfortunately, more accidents. Over the last quarter century, thousands of Northern California residents have looked to Ashton & Price to be their Rudolph with a law license to guide them through the storm of an injury claim. As always, we wish you and your family the safest and happiest of holidays. But if you need us, at Ashton & Price, we're here for you. So whether you've been naughty or nice, happiest holidays from Ashton & Price.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
The new year is upon us with promises of new beginnings and new adventures. But don't let this past year slip away without savoring the memories made with family and friends. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Looking forward is always exciting, but I have a lot to appreciate in this past year, revolving around time with family and more good time spent around my Naturewood dining table. Watching my grandsons enjoy birthdays and holidays was priceless and reminds me that new life is the perfect balance between yesterday and today. Greet the new year with a visit to Naturewood Home Furnishings during their annual New Year's sale going on now, including all the fine furniture and accessories in every department. How about a new style for the new year? Find that perfect piece of furniture that's new today and filled with future memories for tomorrow. The memories you make with your family will stay with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Guys, low energy, low drive, or strength not what it used to be? For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Sacramento, start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation to get real answers. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. Call 916-619-3000 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply. Must medically qualify.
Right now at Maida Subaru, get 2 season passes to Sierra at Tahoe with purchase or lease of any new Maida Subaru. Plus great Maida Subaru savings on every new Subaru. Learn more at MaidaSubaru.com.
Ends 1/2/26.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Whenever I fill in, it really tests my muscle memory because I've almost closed a couple segments saying Alan Styles Show because I am Alan Styles. But this is the Drive Guys, and I continue to almost say taking you up to 2 p.m. when we were taking you up to 6:30. That's right, a bonus 30 minutes because the Kings decided that they're going to play at 8 p.m. Okay, 8 p.m. But I'm not complaining. Okay, I took some time off. I'm off tomorrow, and we all have Thursday off, and then I took Friday off as well. And by the way, I only did it because everybody else did it. I keep saying it. I was very much planning on, maybe not Friday, but I was very much planning on coming in tomorrow. And then I said, Whitey, are you coming in? No, Alan, I'm done. I'm done at the week. And I said, Dave, are you coming in? No, that was 2 weeks ago. Dave, no, I'm gone. Jason, are you coming in? I'm doing Monday, Tuesday, and then I'm out of here. Because Jason Ross, the hardest worker I've ever seen. So Jason Ross said, Alan, I'm doing 2 days, and then I'm out of here. So well, if Jason's out of here, well, I'm going to do my 2 days, and I'm going to take a couple days off as well. And then we're back coming at you January 5th with all the newest and truest with the Sacramento Kings, because we are the home of the Beam team, the Sacramento home of the Niners as well. You can catch those games as the Niners are in pursuit of the 1 seed and everything else as it pertains to local sports and national sports. And look, on the Allen Styles Show, we have different quotas. Okay, Ramsey has filled in as producer before, so Ramsey knows about the quotas, all right? And the quotas, to lay it out for you, these are just, people will joke with us about names that we bring up a lot. So I started to just call them quotas, all right? There is a Cam Johnson quota. There was a Kyle Kuzma quota. There was a John Collins quota. And there, of course, was a Jonathan Kuminga quota. And now, as we are staring 2026 in the face, and there are new reports about Jonathan Kuminga, of course, we're going to hit all of our quotas. And the first quota we're going to hit is John Collins. And I think that John Collins, this specific quota, who's questionable tonight with illness, I really want to see him play, but questionable. And shout out being on the Drive Guys. Obviously got to shout out my man Draper, who was a huge John Collins fan. But I was reading an article on Bleacher Report from Joseph Zucker, and he was essentially breaking down the issues with James Harden and Kawhi Leonard.
KD, my man.
Who you would expect right, to be pretty easy to move. You saw Cade Cunningham and Kawhi doing the jersey over the mouth thing, talking to each other. A lot of people saying, is that the move that the Pistons are going to make and go get Kawhi? Kawhi's just an assassin at this point, the same way KD was. Go help the Pistons, go get a championship. But, some of the issues here, and this is, I guess, from the Hoop Collective pod as well as Bleacher Report, some of the issues here are what the Clippers would want in return, right? If they don't feel like they want the wall to be empty out there in the Intuit Dome, what are they willing to take back for Kawhi and to a lesser degree James Harden, and how those things just haven't matched up? So here it is. Brian Windhorst chimed in on the Hoop Collective podcast to say that Harden would generate some interest, with Bontemps clarifying that the return in any deal wouldn't help the Clippers that much. Therein lies the dilemma for Los Angeles amid their brutal 10-21 start. Leonard makes $50 million this year and is owed another $50.3 million in 2026-2027. Harden earns $39.2 million and has a $42.3 million player option for next season. Thanks to the restrictions for teams in the luxury tax, trading big contracts isn't easy, even when you're talking about star players in their prime. Leonard and Harden have additional considerations that complicate matters. They're both in their mid-30s. Leonard has a long track record of injuries, most recently missing 10 games in November because of ankle and foot sprains. Harden simply isn't the same player he was during his peak with the Houston Rockets. Leonard is averaging 27.5 points and shooting 49.5% from the field, including 37.5% from beyond the arc. Harden is putting up 26.3 points and 8 assists per contest. Either would be a helpful addition to a playoff contender. However, they probably wouldn't fetch the kind of draft capital that helps to accelerate a rebuild for Los Angeles. The Clippers' recent performances point to how staying the course might be the right path anyway. They're riding a 4-game winning streak after Sunday's victory over the Pistons, and Leonard dropping 55 points on the night. LA is only 2.5 games back of the final play-in spot, and a 9.5 game gap on the 6th place Minnesota Timberwolves isn't insurmountable. It's difficult to picture how the Clippers can dethrone the defending champion Oklahoma City Thunder, but simply qualifying for the playoffs would be an accomplishment. If the last week is any indication, that door remains open. So the long and the short of it is that the Clippers kind of don't feel like they're going to get anything worth their while to trade James Harden or Kawhi Leonard, and teams, whether it be the Pistons or whoever, don't want to give up that much for an expensive player in their mid-30s. It's that simple. The difference between Kawhi Leonard, anybody on its face would say, well, Alan, obviously it would be easier to trade for Kawhi Leonard than Zach LaVine. Yeah, but not so fast, because Zach LaVine, I don't know that Scott Perry is looking to, quote-unquote, win a trade, right? Scott Perry didn't trade De'Aaron Fox for Zach LaVine. If I'm Scott Perry, I don't care, right? A lot of people, Kyle likes to do the cookie crumbs, where he says, hey, well, if you trade whoever, right, 2 expiring contracts, let's say the Milwaukee Bucks thing. So if you trade Kyle Kuzma and Bobby Portis for Zach LaVine, you would basically have traded De'Aaron Fox for Bobby Portis and Kyle Kuzma. No, that's not how it works for me. Once there's a new GM, I have nothing to do. The cookie trail ends, in my opinion. If I'm Scott Perry, I don't have anything to do with what they traded to get Zach LaVine. All I know is that Zach LaVine is on my team now. That's it. So my job is to get back whatever Zach LaVine's value currently is. I can't think about that. You're chasing a ghost at this point. The ghost of De'Aaron's past, and good for De'Aaron doing his thing on Christmas. That was nice to see. But the ghost of De'Aaron's, I know I've been a hater and I sound like a hater most of the time, but the ghost of De'Aaron's past is gone. You can't chase that. If you're trying to chase that, you might as well hold on to Zach LaVine for 2 more years and see if he balls out. But as far as moving him, if I'm Scott Perry, that's not anything that has something to do with me, because I didn't do that deal. That was Mr. Vestman. Mr. Vestman is not here anymore. Actually, Mr. Vestman, we might see Mr. Vestman tonight. We might see Mr. Monty McNair tonight.
He might be sitting on the wall now.
He might be on the wall. Right? Talking about handmaid's sale, different type of wall. But we might be on the wall. So, Mr. Vestman, he made the deal, Mr. Monty McNair. I did not make that deal. My name is Scott Perry. I've worn a vest, but I don't wear a vest as often as Mr. Vestman. So, I don't have anything to do with that deal. So, my job now is to make sure that we do a deal that makes sense. And moving Zach LaVine when he is more so viewed as a negative contract, you're not looking to get that much back because you're more so just trying to get off the contract. So it, in a weird way, makes things easier than somebody that has a better PR situation like Kawhi Leonard, because that other team is going to have to give up things that they don't want to give up, right? The Bucks, they got to give up Kyle Kuzma and Bobby Portis. Maybe they don't love it, but really this is more about Bobby Portis. And Kyle Kuzma just got dunked on. Did you see that by Brandon Miller? And Brandon Miller cussed him out. Why'd you cuss him out? You just dunked on him. You cussed him out. So that's, if the Bucks make that deal, that's a lot different than, yeah, sure. If you're the Pistons, what do you have to give up to go get a 34-year-old Kawhi Leonard who might miss time? What do you got to give up for that? Right? What, Jaden Ivey? Because you know the Clippers are trying to get younger, and you know Steve Ballmer doesn't necessarily want to start from scratch, but what, Jaden Ivey? You giving up Duren, who's been balling out? I know he's due for an extension.
I know who Detroit would try to offer him.
Who?
Tobias, a.k.a. J. Cole Harris.
Yeah, let's do Tobias and Jaden Ivey, and you know what and that's still not enough money, and then you know what the Clippers would say? That's not enough. So they're stuck in a stalemate, whereas the Kings aren't stuck in that specific stalemate because I don't believe Scott Perry is going to look at Zach LaVine's contract. No, we got to get something back. Same thing goes for DeMar DeRozan, right? I think it's, I want something back, but we're more so ready to move forward. The Clippers are saying, if I'm giving up, 27 point per game Kawhi Leonard?
When healthy.
I need something back. 26 point per game, 8 assists James Harden? I need something back. So they're stuck right now. And this all, to tie a bow on this, comes back to the John Collins quota because the Clippers essentially have to go for it. And if they think a DeMar DeRozan can help them from a scoring perspective, because Kawhi misses time and James Harden misses time and they're doing the unction thing anyway, maybe you just say, hey, let's keep it easy, Collins for DeMar DeRozan, and see what we can do. To the point of Bleacher Report, they're not beating OKC, but I don't think that's the goal anymore anyway.
And as you said, Zubats is out to the All-Star break approximately?
That's right. So all of this kind of ties back in together because the thought was maybe the Clippers blow it up, and it seems like it might be more difficult for the Clippers to blow it up than we previously thought. And that's where it sits right now. When we return, I talk about the one thing that the Kings can't miss on. You cannot go in to the 2026-2027 season without this. Drive Guys, coming back.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code HEAT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code HEAT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code HEAT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Call Maverick Electrical to claim your free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check with a donation. This month, donate 5 canned foods to Maverick Electric's Holiday Food Drive and get a free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check. They'll collect your cans at the appointment and make sure your heat stays comfy and your lights stay steady, so the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callamaverick.com to schedule your free tune-up today.
What will a Maverick do? 'Cause you're a Maverick too.
Give to get with no gimmicks. Limited appointments. Some restrictions apply.
Year-end pricing's in effect. Every vehicle's priced to sell before the new year during Happy Honda Days. At Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Get behind the wheel of your new Accord or Civic today. Own or lease during Happy Honda Days at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Visit us at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Hello, I'm Frank Hopper with Retirement Security Centers with a weekly economic update. As we head into the holiday season, it's a good moment to pause and reflect, not just on various markets, but on life. So far in 2025, the stock market has reminded investors of something important. Resilience matters. Despite headlines, uncertainty, and plenty of twists along the way, markets have continued to move forward, rewarding patience and long-term thinking. That's a powerful lesson because investing, much like life, isn't about timing every moment perfectly. It's about staying disciplined, focused, and grounded in what matters most. And during the holidays, it's worth remembering that while portfolios fluctuate, the real sources of wealth don't show up on a statement. Time with family, conversations with friends, gratitude, health, and shared memories. As we close out the year, may the markets continue to reward patience, and may we all remember to invest just as intentionally in the people we love. From all of us, happy holidays, and here's to a thoughtful finish to 2025.
Securities and investment advisory services offered through Mosaic Wealth, member FINRA SIPC. Mosaic Wealth is separately owned in other entities and/or marketing names. Products or services referenced here are independent of Mosaic Wealth.
California's largest sportsman's expo is back, January 15th through 18th at Cal Expo in Sacramento. Just once a year, NorCal's largest gathering for anglers, hunters, boaters, RVers, and off-roading enthusiasts. Buy the latest gear, discover the best destinations. Your life outdoors at the International Sportsman's Expo, January 15th through 18th at Cal Expo in Sacramento. More info at sportsexpos.com.
The Drive Guys powering your afternoons Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Taking you up to 6:30. We got an extra 30 minutes for you today since the NBA decided that the Kings need to play at 8. And we're getting a little birthday love here because, yeah, it's a crazy day. Obviously, on the morning show, they do celebrity birthdays. But, yeah, this is an insane day for birthdays. LeBron turns 31. Tiger turns 50. Okay, but then besides that, you have Sandy Koufax at 90. All right, and Layla Ali at 48. All right. So that's insane. That is an insane group of athletic greatness right there. Sandy Koufax, Layla Ali, LeBron James, and Tiger Woods.
Diabolical.
So this is what you got to do. I got to be careful here. You got to try to gameplay. Like, I got two. I don't know if we done yet, but you got to try to game plan it and try to get your next kiddo to be born on December 30th. So, okay, do that math. I know they say 9 months. It's really more like 10. But find a way, do that math, talk to your loved one, and find a way. And I got to mention the Kimpton Sawyer when I do. But find a way to get your child born on December 30th, because chances are they're gonna be pretty successful. You got Dominic Fike as well, who's a singer, actor. He's on a lot of different shows, but he's really popular as well. You got Trevor Wallace, who's a comedian. Ellie Goulding as well. I'm telling you, you gotta find a way. And New Year's is just around the corner. But do that math in your head and do what you gotta do. And talk to me in a couple years here, okay? Because that's pretty good. That's a pretty good group. By the way, we were going back and forth about Scott Perry in the, the beginning of the 3 o'clock hour. And, I got on my tangent, as I typically do, about Scott Perry, how he never talks about Domantas Sabonis and how the writing is kind of on the wall for where this whole thing is going. And Benjamin on the Sack Chat, I don't know if Whitey has another name for it. I think he just says YouTube. But on the Alan Style Show, we call it the Sack Chat. I know it's the chat mob in the morning show. But on the Sack Chat, Benjamin says, the issue is nobody ever asked Perry about Sabonis. Here's my retort to that, Benjamin. Any other GM, no, not any other GM, meaning other than Scott Perry, but a different GM that is a GM of a different team that has a player on a $45 million contract for the next 3 years who was parallel to your other star, right, that you traded Tyrese Halliburton for. Not Scott Perry, but you traded Tyrese Halliburton for. De'Aaron Fox is now gone. We know all the rumors about who liked Mike Brown as a coach, who didn't. You kind of made your decision to move forward with Domantas Sabonis. Scott Perry should not have to be asked about Domantas Sabonis, right? A lot of these different GMs, does the Detroit GM need to be asked about Cade Cunningham, right? To bring up Cade Cunningham when they're talking about building the team? Does a lot of these guys, Mike Dunleavy Jr., does he have to bring up Steph Curry? Okay. Does Rob Pelinka have to bring up, or does somebody else have to bring up Luka Doncic for him to talk about him? Does somebody else have to bring up Steph Curry for them to talk about them? No, because it's very obvious. So that's my point. It is not obvious that they're continuing to build around Domantas Sabonis. And it's just something to keep an eye on, as this is my last show of 2025 heading into 2026. I just think it's right. I just think it's something to keep an eye on. And he is up for an extension in this offseason. So this is where things get real sticky icky. Okay, that's all I wanted to say on it. So the one thing that the Kings can't miss on, as we are taking a trip and we are leaving 2025, heading into 2026, I've already hit my Kuminga quota. I got a texter. The texter said from the 916, Alan, help me win my Kuminga over under for today. This is a joke about how often I bring up Kuminga. Right now I'm at 38.5. Look, it is a longer show, but we ain't getting to 38.5. That's funny though, 916. And they go on to say, I don't want to hear about John Collins. I need more Kuminga. So I'm not necessarily talking about Kuminga. I'm talking about you need a long wing. I can't do it anymore. I'm tired of watching Peyton Watson. I'm tired of watching all these teams. I'm tired of watching Jaden McDaniels, who looks outstanding. I'm tired of watching Nickeil Alexander-Walker. All these guys take a leap. I wonder if the Timberwolves do regret that, by the way.
They might, because he's been hooping in Atlanta.
He's been doing some things. I'm tired. I'll take Derrick Jones Jr. Give me somebody. I would prefer younger and taller, but you cannot, Ramsey, I can't do it anymore, brother. You cannot go in to this next, and I'm bringing it up because maybe you can get it at the trade deadline. But I need me a 6'6" to 6'8" young athletic wing that is preferably under the age of 24, but I will accept under the age of 25. That's what I need.
That's not Nick Clifford?
No. I said 6'6". And Neek, I got to say it next to him first. Okay, Neek is a 2. Ramsey, he looks like a 2. He does, and that's okay. But that's not what I'm talking about here.
Oh, no, I understand. The Kings had a chance at Derrick Jones Jr. a couple years ago, too.
I'm tired of watching all of these teams. And Ramsey, they just come out of nowhere. They come off the bench. You know what I was doing last night? I was scouring. We were trying to get baby number 2 to stay asleep. She's doing the sleep regression thing. She'll knock out, but she's going to fight you until about 11 o'clock. Ramsey, I'm sitting here scouring Kings G League roster. No, and I'm deep. We're watching Bel Air, right? And I'm scouring the G League roster like, do they have one dude like that?
You really went down a rabbit hole.
Do they have one dude like that? I hit up my boy Kevin Dana, who's the play-by-play for the Valkyrie and Santa Cruz Warriors.
Former Stanford play-by-play.
That's right. I said, Kevin, is Daquan Plowden? I'm seeing 6'6", I'm seeing 6'4", and he says, Allen, he's probably more like 6'4". That's what he's listed at.
Shout out DQ, friend of the program.
So it can't be Daquan. He was on with us during the media day, but they just don't have one. Ramsey, they don't have one, and every other team has one. And the Warriors, they don't want theirs. They won't play theirs. So the Kings are saying, "Well, give us to him."
And they got multiple.
They got multiple.
Because the other one they really don't play that much. You could take his Moses Moody.
Moses Moody, I'll take him too. So I need something, man. You can get it at the trade deadline. You can get it during the offseason. But you can get it in the draft.
Shoot, don't let me bring up another one they could have got that signed with Dallas by the name of Najee Marshall.
Didn't get him. And I'm just so sick and tired of not seeing. That is the one, as the kids say, I don't play 2K, but the one archetype that they don't have on the team. Keegan is kind of that, but they don't have that long wing that you're just going to see what happens.
I wouldn't even say Keegan's that because Keegan's too big.
No, he's not. He's not that. He's not.
He's too big in comparison to what we're trying to describe.
And they don't have that. And I'm telling you right now, Scott Perry, if you're listening, my guy, Scott Perry, Monday Motivation, Scott Perry. That's what I know it's hard. We were playing the Hoop Genius. I feel you, brother, but I need it.
Shoot, I got another one. Either one of them I would have taken. I'd have taken one of the Martin twins when they were free agents.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, it has to happen. It has to end. The Kings need one of them.
And like you said, we're not talking about stars. We're just talking about someone that fixed that archetype.
No. 4 o'clock hour coming up next. We thought we hit our Kuminga quota, but Sam Amick was on the morning show, so we want to play that for you. And then we're going to move into the point guard plan for this season and beyond. More Drive Guys coming up next.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The clock is ticking. This holiday season, give the gift they'll really love. A new Honda from Northern California's best Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Happy Honda Days are happening right now. Score big with low payments, top trade-in value, and a huge selection of new Hondas, all at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Based on the results of the study recognized on June 18, 2025, USA Today's list of California's top car dealers 2025.
At Power Business Technology, we're not another big box corporation. We're your neighbors, locally owned and operated. We know what businesses like yours need, from reliable printers to high-performance copiers. We'll help you find the right solution with personal service you just can't get online. Need setup or support? We're just down the road and always happy to help. Power Business Technology, family hometown service with big-time solutions. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729 or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Coach Christie here, letting you know the year-end sell-a-thon is on at Folsom Lake Ford. And with your approved credit, get 0% financing plus 0 down, plus no payments for 90 days on select new Fords. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford today. Interest accrues from date of purchase.
KHD HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sactown Sports 1140.
For Whitey Gleason, Chris Watkins was on the midday show on the Allen Style Show, so we appreciate him there. And it's my last show of the year, so we do want to kind of get a theme going to this show. We got plenty more time with you, so 916-339-1140. We wanted to discuss some, of course, some New Year's traditions and things like that. Ramsey, you and I were discussing some of them, and it'll kind of just be a running theme throughout the show. Anything that you do, special, Ramsey, food, events, anything like that?
For me, food-wise, we were talking through the break, and we were talking about how to get it together. I mean, it's a tradition, especially to the best of my knowledge, a lot of times in the African-American community, you got to have black eyed peas and greens on New Year's Day.
Yeah.
And I was helping my dad before I came in today. I had to go out and go grab him some turkey tails so we could throw it on the Traeger to smoke them. So we got meat to put into the black eyed peas and the greens, and that's one of traditions on New Year's Day, New Year's week that we like to try to stick to and try to follow it. And something I've known basically since coming out the crib.
Yeah. I was telling you how we tried to get the black eyed peas. I think it was last year, and the grocery store that we went to, I waited because I was tripping, and I waited too long, and they were sold out. So I had to go to a different grocery store. There was a bunch of different stuff. For me, it's not necessarily every year thing. And my mom's a little older now. She's not old, but she's a little older now, and it does take a lot of work. But she will get down on the gumbo, and she hasn't really gotten down on the gumbo. And
that's another tradition in many households.
Yeah, she's in the car on her way up right now. I don't think she got no gumbo in the car, so, she might take this year off, but she's driving up from the Bay to kind of help us watch the kiddos. We're going to get a little bit of time. Let's just say we're not going to Lightning Road as we've gone to Lightning Road before. This time, Ramsey, we're going to, as I should say, Cloud Lake, if you pick up what I'm putting down. So we're going to Cloud Lake tomorrow for an early dinner, and we're going to catch some of the college football playoff games. So a shout out to my mom who's in the car driving now. But yeah, send us in if you have any traditions. Because look, I got 2 kids now, so it's not fun anymore. Okay? Sorry. It's not the same fun. Back in the day, we used to be in San Francisco. We saw T-Pain, right? We had all these different parties. Then you get a little bit older, it transfers to house parties, right? But more of get-togethers. I'm not talking about house party. There's no kegs, but house party, get-together type deals as your friends get older and start to rent houses, purchase houses. Then you have kids, and now we don't do anything.
And in my opinion, the older you get, what I call it amateur night, for the simple fact that those that don't go out want to go out for New Year's Eve and celebrate. And unfortunately, that's when things go bad. And as Herm Edwards, former coach Arizona State, said, nothing ever good happens after midnight.
No. But look, we're down for now. But, we'll do babysitters when the kids are a bit older. Then when they get to high school, they're not going to want to be with us anyway.
No.
So we good. And for 16 years, I'm going to be back out there. I might slip a hip, but I'm going to be back out there downtown Sacramento. I'm going to be where I need to be. But for now, we just at home not doing that.
I'll just say that, I don't know if I'm doing much or not, but when it comes full circle, when you have adult children, they're trying to make plans.
But that's what I'm
saying. I have there's within the family, there's multiple adult children.
But I'm saying, Ramsey, the coldest part about it is when your algorithm doesn't know that you're washed up. So my algorithm on Instagram or wherever is still pulling up all these parties, and I'm thinking, stop it. I can't go. I don't want to see this, man. And they got the pictures and everybody is dressed up and looking good. And I'm sitting here with, baby
and we're in the era of social media now rather than.
But that kind of helps. I can live vicariously through people while I have baby food on my chin. You know what I mean? Like that's what's going on.
Understandable.
That's what's going on right now. So let us know, do you have any New Year's traditions? We got more to come. 916-339-1140. And of course, on the YouTube, Sactown Sports 1140. Go check out that YouTube. And Ramsey, we wanted to get to this sound. And I think another quota that we typically have is the Keon quota. That's another quota that we do typically have. We have not hit the Keon quota today, but don't worry, we will find a way in these next 2.5 hours. Let's hear from Sam Amick and what he had to say as far as whether or not the Kings are still interested. And we got that name again. Jonathan Kuminga.
Sam, if the Kings, according to you, it might be one of the teams that's a few on the short list of sellers, but you mentioned the Warriors earlier. Do you feel like the Kings are still in that interest in the Kuminga situation, or do they still have interest in the Jonathan Kuminga?
Yeah, I have no reason to think otherwise. I'm probably going to try to get more clarity here pretty soon. I haven't gotten a recent update, but the messaging has been pretty consistent, which is that yes, they do still have interest, but it's just the pieces, on the other side, or in terms of interest, I think have changed. For one, the Kings and everyone else, the price has gone down. You know what I mean? Like it just has. So what does that look like in a possible Kings deal? Because the Warriors are known to not have interest in Malik Monk. And he was front and center in those discussions in the offseason. So, is it a DeRozan thing potentially? Who knows? I don't probably see that happening. it just there are Kaminga in general. It seems like there's these two generally accepted beliefs that don't reconcile. One is that he's definitely going to get moved by the deadline, and the other is that nobody can seem to even speculate about where, because the market had been Phoenix, Chicago, and the Kings during the summer, and so it maybe something like that happens, again. But there's just no smoke there right now. I mean, I was watching their game last night in Brooklyn, and the cameras cut to him on the bench, and it's just wild how I think I don't want to speak out of turn. I think he got another DNP, but it's just he's just completely on the shelf.
That was Sam Amick from the morning show. I was just looking here, Ramsey, at Trey Murphy's stats, since he is who the Warriors have essentially said that's who they want for Jonathan Kuminga. They're willing to pay more. That's what we've heard from Brett Siegel and others. They're willing to pay more than just Jonathan Kuminga to get it done. He's on a great contract. He is, 25 years old, okay? And right now he's at 20.7 points per game, 6.1 rebounds per game, 3.4 assists, 49.5% from the field, 38.4% from three, and 91% from the free throw. But the bottom line is, and I think the Warriors would know this better than anyone, he's not doing it in high leverage games. I mean, we talked yesterday about Kyle kind of trying to roast, and I was having some fun, but kind of trying to roast Maxime Reynaud, saying that he's a chucker. And what is a chucker? We define a chucker as a player with good stats on a bad team that's kind of just doing whatever they want. Now, I pushed back on Kyle because I think it's harder to be a chucker than as a post player than it is to be a wing or a guard, somebody like that. But Ramsey, I know the Pelicans have started to play better and they got Derek Queen and, it's great. But Ramsey, you have Trey. Now, granted, he's shooting 38% from three, 38.4. The brother's taking 7 threes a game, playing 35 minutes a game, and he's taking 14.7 shots a game. Okay, last season he took 15.8. Ramsey, that brother is a chucker.
On the worst team in the Western Conference.
That brother is just a chucker. So I don't know the Warriors wanting to move Kuminga for Trey Murphy. Trey Murphy at 25 years old, and I get it, you are essentially looking at Kuminga as a sunk cost, but you're also going to have to give up a first-round pick, maybe more than that. I know it's 20 points per game, and I'm trying to do the argument for DeMar. I think if you're the Warriors, yes, you want to go all in on Steph, but if you could save that first rounder, go get somebody like DeMar who is a closer. That allows Jimmy to dig a little bit deeper on the defensive end, and you save that first rounder. I don't know. I know I got purple lenses on, but I just don't see Trey Murphy as a guy. If the Warriors traded for Trey Murphy today, I really don't know what Vegas would do. Like, I don't know that Vegas would catapult them, not even into the top 3.
I mean, here's my take on Trey Murphy. On that team, he's the number one option. So he has the green light to do whatever he wants. Therefore, if you want to call him a chucker, go ahead. He's number one on their scouting report. So therefore, that's why he can take as many shots as he wants to with no consequences or repercussions. But again, that's why they're the worst team in the Western Conference.
925, we got a double agent here, and we always appreciate the double agents. If you're a Warriors fan listening to this, hey, we love you, okay? And we love it when you keep it respectful, so we appreciate you. So we got a double agent on the line, Ramsey, from the 925. Shout out the 925. That's what I got too. As a Warrior fan, I'd take Monk in a heartbeat for Kuminga. So the whole idea is that the Warriors have too many guards, and they're just not interested in. I don't get he doesn't play the Steve Kerr style of basketball. That makes no sense to me. I guess neither does Kuminga, but he shoots the 3-ball, and Malik's 3-ball has improved, and he's been really hot. What is he? I think he's in 40% this season from three-point land. So, I mean, the problem is this. Podziemski is not great. And you said Podziemski's going to be an all-star, but Podziemski's not great. Moses Moody is not as consistent as you'd hope. And I don't even know if they play Buddy Hield anymore. Remember when Warrior fans, and I'm not getting on the 925, but remember when Warrior fans were trying to roast Kings fans saying that they can unlock anyone and they unlock Buddy Hield. Well, Buddy Hield unlocked that bench because that fool don't play anymore.
Chivano's sometimes on the similar movement as Jonathan Kuminga, catching that friend known as a DNP CD.
There you go.
And to get to your point, Malik he's at 40.7% so far from three. Basically, he makes 2 threes a game out of 4.5 that he takes.
Okay.
On average.
Yeah. But they say, hey, he doesn't play that style of ball. 916 is saying, can't see the Warriors wanting ball stopping, no defense DeMar when you can grab Trey Murphy, who is a plus defender. But don't forget, 916, Trey Murphy is costing more. And what was it they wanted for Trey Murphy? A young player. Okay, that's Kuminga. And I think a couple first-round picks.
They want multiple so they can start their rebuild, whatever the process is in New Orleans.
So let's change that thought process. 916. Would you want DeMar for a 1-and-1 deal, right? DeMar for a 1-and-1 deal, and to be honest with y'all, I think they would maybe throw in Keon Ellis in that deal. I do. I think they really want Kuminga. I'm not saying I would. I'm saying if they had to, they might. We know they throw in Devin Carter, but they might do Keon if it could get it done. I'm not saying they'd want to, but let's just say they don't have to do. I'm just saying from a Warriors perspective. But would you rather do 1-and-1 Kuminga if you're the Warriors? You can do Kuminga for DeMar DeRozan, and I know the double agents out there, the Warrior fans are going to say that I'm insane, but trust me on this. Would you rather do Kuminga for DeMar DeRozan, 1-for-1, or Kuminga for Trey Murphy at 25 years old and 2 first-round picks? When you got Pods and Moody, because you won't have Kuminga because he's gone. So you're leading into the Curry-less stage, post-Curry, with Pods, Moody, and Trey Murphy.
And whatever they decide to do with GP2 and DeAnthony Melton.
Those guys gone. I saw GP2. He can't even dribble.
No.
And he's 6'2". A great story. But he's not even a guard. Okay? So I don't disagree with you, 916, but the price tags aren't the same. And they're going to look around, and I know the reports are that they want to pay more. That's easy to say now. Mike Dunleavy Jr. is going to look down that bench and see Pods, a.k.a. Jack Harlow, staring right back at him, and see Moses Moody, okay, who is just you just don't know what you're going to get from him. He's had some injury stuff too. And you're really going to give up a couple. Now, the argument is you're going all in for Steph. I feel you. I just don't think Trey Murphy is getting you over the hump like that.
And what in the operative question to all of this, what are you gonna do with Jimmy Butler?
I have no clue.
That's the one caveat to all of this. You still got Jimmy Butler. What you gonna do with him?
Well, Jimmy, I mean, they're all done in 2 years. It's all over in 2 years. So that's why. And Trey, I think, is only on year 1 of a 4-year deal. It's a great deal.
Yeah, he just got paid.
It's a great deal. But, and I'm not even knocking them for the all-in move. I just don't think that's the move. And maybe DeMar DeRozan isn't the move either, or Malik Monk, but you're talking about getting a protected with Malik Monk. And I've said this about Malik Monk. He's probably going to start this phase of his career where he might bounce around a little bit. He might turn into a 6-man assassin. So you're the Warriors. You're worried about 3 years. I don't think it's that big of a deal. You get Malik Monk, if you got to do Keon, whatever, or Malik Monk and that protected first. Now you're getting a first as you're staring at Brandon Pajemski. You're getting a first and Malik Monk. And oh, by the way, this season's over. Now Malik only has 2 more years. Either way, I just don't think you're winning it. So why not get a first-round pick instead of giving one up?
I mean, I think they're lucky to crack top 6 this season. They're going to be fortunate if they crack the top 6.
Maybe I'm just being a Trey Murphy hater. I don't know. And I like Trey Murphy, but I'm not giving up Kuminga and 2 firsts for him.
It's not being a Trey Murphy hater. It's taking the position as we talked about in the 3 o'clock hour, Scott Perry, taking that GM position, like, does this make not just monetary sense, but team sense?
Yeah.
Because I'm not giving up multiple first-round picks for Trey Murphy, especially when I might be a year away from having to do the same thing myself because I got a 36, almost 37-year-old Steph Curry, a 34, almost 35-year-old Draymond Green. Jimmy Butler's in his mid-30s.
Yeah.
So the core of your team is on the downside of their career.
Don't get it twisted. I'm not trying to convince them to do a deal with the Kings, okay? What I'm saying is I don't think the all-in move of Kuminga and 2 firsts, I don't think they should do that for Trey Murphy. So you don't have to do a deal with the Kings. The Kings seem to be signaling, as Sam Amick said, they're still interested. You don't have to do a deal with the Kings. I don't know why you're giving up 2 firsts and Jonathan Kuminga for Trey Murphy. That's what I'm stuck on. Because if you're going to do a deal like that, everybody should be thinking the Warriors are going to be a top 3 team in the West. And if the Warriors did that deal right now, that is not my first thought.
And that's putting a high value on Trey Murphy.
Yeah.
A very high value on Trey Murphy.
We have not, look, we talk about Dennis Schroeder. Dennis Schroeder went out to the Bay after playing meaningless basketball, and it did not work out for him. Now he found his footing in Detroit, but it did not work out for him. So Trey Murphy, who has never played for anything, they went to the playoffs and they beat the Kings.
Unfortunately, they beat the Kings in the play-in
to get into the playoffs, but has never played in games that really matter because they weren't going to win that series. And now you're going to say, "Hey, Trey Murphy, we know you've been playing in the Smoothie King Center for nothing,
and literally for nothing with the price of their tickets." I mean, let's put it like this: I've known people that went last season to a Kings Pelicans game, basically sat courtside for a couple $100 per ticket.
Now you have to. Now you got to come on out here, figure out a new city, a new area, a new offense, a new expectation, and you got a couple months because Steph Curry is 47 years old. Got it? Okay, cool. And all the pressure is on. I'm not saying he's not built for it. I'm saying I don't know. If you're gonna do that deal, then do a big deal, or just go get a DeMar DeRozan, go and a first, and make it happen. And DeMar, he's only owed $10 million next season. That keeps you open.
And I mean, not saying I'd want to give up DeMar, especially to the Warriors, but it fits what their archetype is of mid-30s players. The
ball stopper stuff. Have y'all watched the Warriors with Jimmy? The ball already stops. It already stops.
Jimmy's black hole.
Just add to it. 916-339-1140. Phone lines are ringing off the hook. Let's get to my guy, TC, wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, TC? What you got for us? What's up, TC?
Hey, before we start, hey, what's up, Alan? Hey, my boy Ramsey, Happy New Year's, bro. Y'all got me?
Yeah, Ramsey, we got the music down a little bit. Now we got you. What's up? What's up, my guy?
Yeah. That's good. Thank you, Ramsey. Ramsey playing the music. That's the homie. Hey, listen, it's going to be real quick.
Okay.
Happy New Year's. I think the New Year's resolution for Scott, that front office moving forward, is to get bigger with length. See if we can get another first-round pick, whether it's at the end of the first round or the middle, because we already picking top, right?
Mm-hmm.
And also, bust a trade. I know it sounds cliche, but, bro, that should be the move. So if it was me, I'm all in. I love Monk, but I'm swapping Monk for Kuzma. That's a 6'9" guy that can rebound that we need on this team. If we're talking about John Collins, everybody, we got to get out our feelings. Another 6'9" guy that can rebound and can shoot the three that we need. Kuminga, he got a lot of upside. What is Kuminga? Ain't he 6'8"? 6'7", 6'8"?
Yeah.
We only got one of those guys on the team, King fans. We need all we can get, bro. So I'm in on those moves, man. 6'9" guys moving forward. That's all I got. Happy New Year's. I love both of you guys, bro. Be safe.
Thank you, TC. Appreciate it, man. That's great stuff from TC. And TC is referencing the report that the Bucks, I think it was from Jamal Collier. And Jamal Collier, who covers the NBA for ESPN, said that the Bucks are also interested in Malik Monk. So that money, if I'm not mistaken, I think Kuzma makes a little bit more than Malik Monk. So you are giving up a year, though. That's the discussion that we were having. So even though Kuzma costs a little bit more money, you'd be done with that contract in 2 years. versus Malik Monk. Obviously, he's got 3 more years left on his deal. So those are kind of the two differences. But yeah, I did not expect TC to throw that out there. I don't know. I mean, I know initially, and I made a face on YouTube because I just wasn't expecting him to say it. I know Kuzma has some of the worst PR, and Ramsey did not look like you were a fan of it either.
I don't get it.
But we've talked about positionally, and if Malik is my whole thing is if Malik just going to get about 10 minutes a game anyway, then you might as well allow Keegan to play the 3. 916-339-1140. Let's get to Gary, who wants to hop in here before the break. What's up, Gary? What you got for us?
Well, I might just be feeding into your last conversation, but I think that Keegan should be a 3, and so I don't see why we'd want to get Kuminga or Kuzma. I don't see them as legitimate, 4s who are going to provide rim protection to play with Sabonis. And I'm just wondering, you guys hear a lot more than me. Has Perry said anything about where he sees Keegan? Does he see him as a 3 or a 4? Has he made any comments like that you've heard?
He's always kind of caveated it, but real quick, Gary, before you go, a Happy New Year. Who do you see? Do you have anybody in mind, Gary? Because I get confused with this 3-4, and everybody has different thoughts on it. Is there a 4 that you have in mind that you like as a solid 4 to allow Keegan to play the 3? You got somebody in mind? Even if they're not available, just give me a name.
Well, I wouldn't mind seeing Collins on the team. But to be honest, I haven't been watching as much of the other NBA besides the Kings this year. I mean, I'd really like to have a 6'9", 6'10" defensive-minded guy who can cover guys down low and provide some rebounding and some rim protection. But I don't know. I don't think we need somebody who's a scorer. I think we got plenty of scorers on the team.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Gary. Have a Happy New Year. Ramsey was not a fan of hearing the Collins quota come back up.
No.
But I get it, though. I get Gary's thought, though.
I've got a big man. I can hold it up till we get to the other side.
Okay.
But I have a big man that has been brought up on numerous occasions. Like you said, don't know if he's available. But I can hold it to the other side.
Okay. Well, Ramsey got that for us. And also, we are going to hit our Devin Carter quota. This man is balling in the G League. And dang it, somebody going to talk about it if it got to be me. More Drive Guys coming up.
The Sactown Sports 49ers Report is brought to you by Kia of Vacaville, located beside the Vacaville outlets. Niners win a huge game on Sunday night versus Chicago 42-38. Brock Purdy was outstanding. He accounted for 5 touchdowns, throwing for 300 yards and 3 TDs, rushed for 2 more, while Christian McCaffrey rushed for 181 yards from scrimmage and had a touchdown as well. Niners finished the regular season Saturday with Seattle, with the winner getting the number 1 seed in the playoffs. Catch the game this Saturday beginning at 4 right here on Sactown Sports 1140.
Football season is here at Kia of Vacaville. You can score big in a new 2025 Kia Niro LX with up to 53 MPG combined at Kia of Vacaville. Perfect for road trips, tailgates, and cruising to Levi Stadium in style and comfort. But don't wait. Inventory is limited at Kia of Vacaville, and these deals won't last long. Visit KiaVacaville.com or stop by right next to the Vacaville outlets for friendly service, easy shopping, and unbeatable value. All in one stop. Kia of Vacaville, where the adventure begins.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers,
we've been overindulging a little more than usual over the holidays. But now, we are starting the new year off on a healthier note by taking Active Liver supplements from New Nordic every day.
Active Liver contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract, all natural ingredients that help protect the liver so that it can protect you from toxins. It's like giving my body a daily detox. I've never felt better, and my energy is through the roof.
And my doctor is already impressed with how much better my numbers are looking. So if better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or pick some up today at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery. Are now available at Wegmans. New year, new you, new Nordic.
Call Maverick Electrical to claim your free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check with a donation. This month, donate 5 canned foods to Maverick Electric's Holiday Food Drive and get a free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check. They'll collect your cans at the appointment and make sure your heat seat stays comfy and your lights stay steady, so the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callamaverick.com to schedule your free tune-up today. Give to get with no gimmicks. Limited appointments. Some restrictions apply.
The new year is upon us with promises of new beginnings and new adventures. But don't let this past year slip away without savoring the memories made with family and friends. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Looking forward is always exciting, but I have a lot to appreciate in this past year, revolving around time with family and more good times spent around my Naturewood dining table. Watching my grandsons enjoy birthdays and holidays was priceless and reminds me that new life is the perfect balance between yesterday and today. Greet the new year with a visit to Naturewood Home Furnishings during their annual New Year's sale going on now, including all the fine furniture and accessories in every department. How about a new style for the new year? Find that perfect piece of furniture that's new today and filled with future memories for tomorrow. The memories you make with your family will stay with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Everyone has a past, but what happens if you've made mistakes and made good on that past, but it keeps following you? Are you looking for an attorney to erase past records and restore your rights? Maybe even restore your gun rights? Do you need a reputable criminal defense attorney who knows even good people make bad mistakes? Well, the attorneys at Gonzalez Law Office are here to help. Find Gonzalez Law Office online at saclegaldefense.com or call them at 916-304-9187. We don't settle for less, and neither should you.
Just announced, Stockton Honda has been named #1 of California's best car dealers in 2025 by USA Today and Statista. This prestigious award is based on thousands of customer reviews and recommendations, ranking dealerships for service, value, and satisfaction. Out of hundreds evaluated, Stockton Honda is proud to be #1, recognized for all-around excellence and commitment to our customers. Visit Stockton Honda, where reputation meets the road.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
2 more hours with you, taking you up to 6:30. That's right. I know my math is sometimes questionable, but I am correct this time. Okay, 2 more hours taking you up to 6:30, getting you ready for game night as the Kings are taking on the Clippers. I do want to get down there to the Intuit Dome. I do want to check it out. I got that on my list. I got Petco Park on my list. I don't know. I know I'm a baseball guy.
You never been to Petco?
No. I'm a baseball guy, but I've never had that itch, right? I obviously want to do Yankee Stadium and Fenway. My pops is in Chicago, Indiana area, so I probably need to get to Wrigley.
Yes.
But those are the 3, and then Petco, and I'm probably good. Like, I'll go to other places, but I don't need to.
You know, or ironically enough, the only California stadium I've never been to, never had an urge to go to, Dodger Stadium.
Yeah, that's one. I guess I'll go.
I've never had an urge to go to Dodger Stadium.
Yeah.
I've been to every other California stadium at least.
I'll go.
At least once.
I'll go. So add that one to the list. The Giants got to be playing, though. Or if I just happen to be.
For me, it's Giants or the Cubs.
Yeah. So, a lot of different things that you can do as we head into 2026, different New Year's resolutions that you may have. But Ramsey, we wanted to get back to the big man that you had, and we were talking about, different big men that could slot in there. And you got me, pool guy Mark on the text line has me looking up different big men. I'm looking up Caleb Wilson out of North Carolina, 6'10", 19 years old. I mean, I like it. I need to see more pool guy Mark. I know he's supposed to go top 10, but that 10 is starting to shift around. But Ramsey, who did you have?
I know he's probably not available, but he's on a team that we just mentioned in the Milwaukee Bucks. If you could get him, give me Bobby Portis. He fits the bill.
Yeah.
He doesn't really need to score.
Yeah.
He grabs rebounds. He brings you some nastiness. You could start him at the 4.
Yeah, I'm trying to think going back to the Malik Monk thing. So now you have a situation where and I don't know how much the Bucks are trying to get rid of Kyle Kuzma, but now you have a situation if you were to do that deal, because Bobby, the problem is I think Bobby has more value than Malik, but Malik makes more. They're both 3-year deals. So I don't know. I think to be honest with you, I think the Bucks should be interested in DeMar DeRozan to really talk about it.
I mean, they're interested in the other counterpart.
They're interested in Zach LaVine, but if you can't make that money work, right? I think a lot of people would be upset if you moved on from DeMar for Kyle Kuzma, but that money does work. But getting back to the Malik Monk thing, because they've kind of been interested in these kind of more dynamic
one that you just mentioned about the Kyle Kuzma and DeMar DeRozan thing. I personally wouldn't do it, but yeah, like you said.
Yeah, I'm looking here, and it's a 2-year. They got a bunch of minimum deals like we talked about before. So you wouldn't have to do too much. I'm looking here. You could do Malik Monk for Bobby Portis and Gary Harris. So the Kings would get Gary Harris, and maybe you throw in, maybe that's the deal, you just throw in Devin Carter as well.
Would you, if you were in that deal and it slightly made sense, would you take Cole Anthony back?
No.
Okay.
No.
Just asking in terms
We're
of
going to have a point guard conversation.
Okay.
And 25 years old, I think I'm good. We've talked about, there's not a lot of great available point guards in that way, or I guess point guards that are, the second draft, or that'd be about third draft at that point guards. But no, I wouldn't. I don't know. I mean, all we hear about is Ryan Rollins. I don't even know what Cole Anthony is doing on that team, to be honest with you.
He's coming off the bench. I mean, yeah, like you said, Ryan Rollins is quote unquote part of their core now.
Yeah, Gary Harris is playing 14 minutes per game. He's at 2.7 points per game, so that might be somebody that the Bucks are just okay with. But I think 2 players for Malik Monk, or you do Malik Monk and Devin Carter. Hey, you got a top 13 pick, the 13th pick in the draft a couple years ago. I would do that. I don't know that the Bucks would do that, but I would certainly do that. I would do that for sure. And speaking of Devin Carter, kind of leads us right into
and Cole, just talking about Cole Anthony, he was playing a lot at the beginning of the season, but within the month of December, he's caught some DNP CDs.
Never should have dunked in those Tims.
He's played one game. He played 1 minute. Another game he played 3 minutes. He's had a couple games where he's played 4 minutes, 5 minutes in the month of December. So it's like he's kind of falling out the rotation.
Never should have dunked in those Tims. That was the worst dunk contest I've ever seen. I think Juan Toscano Anderson got second place. And I don't even know who won. But ever since he dunked in those Tims, it just has not popped. But it's starting to pop for Devin Carter in the G League. I mean, these numbers are pretty insane. And I get it. This is what he's supposed to be doing. But he's doing it. Okay?
God's blessing me with his body.
He's playing 31.7 minutes per game. He's averaging 23 points. He is taking 20 shots a game. 20 shots a game.
Get them shots up.
40% from the field. He's taking 2.7 threes. He's taking 8.7 threes a game, making 2.7. That's good for 30.8%. He is 88.9% from the free throw line. He's taking 3 free throws a game. That's pretty good. We know he's a rebounder. 8.7 rebounds per game. 3.7 assists per game, 2 turnovers a game, 0.7 steals a game, 0.3 blocks per game. He's only played, how does he only play 3 games? It feels like he's played more than that.
Remember, he rolled his ankle and was out for about a week?
Yeah, so in 3 games, he's been doing his thing, and I get it, it's the G League, but the fact that nobody's talking about it is just crazy to me. And honestly, it's still, because like I said, I was talking to Kevin Dana earlier about Daquan Plowden, and he was saying how Daquan Plowden, hey, you might as well find some time for him. I said, Kev, they won't even find time for Devin Carter.
And you want to laugh about a funny stat about Devin Carter? He's a month younger than Nate Clifford.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. And when we look, that was what was so funny talking to Devin about the Nick Clifford draft at Summer League, and they played, I think, either with on the same team or against each other. That was, right, the AAU circuit, or maybe a little older than that. So they are well aware of each other. And Devin knew, man, you can tell that there's clearly redundancy here, right? Devin probably saw that pick, and we're sitting here saying, okay, he's 6'5". Is he a 3? Can he play a little bit of 4? I'm telling you right now, Devin knew. Devin said, we already got a guy that can do all of that. You know, when I was at Kenyatta, the junior college, we had a guy who I think he went to Sarah. Okay, so because Kenyatta is out there in Redwood City. So I was a center fielder. And I know there's a common theme for me in my career, getting moved from center. That's basically the common theme. So I was a center fielder. And in junior college, the rules are a lot looser, right? People can come in. One dude was 24. Like, there's a lot of things going on, but he could hit, though. He was nice, our right fielder. And I'm playing center field, and all of a sudden this dude, my guy, we still chat from time to time, this dude came from University of Rhode Island. Now he's from out here, tried to do the walk-on thing, very similar to what I tried to do at Sonoma State, got bounced back. So all of a sudden, he pops up, and I'm looking around. The first thing you do is you look at the glove. So I saw his big old glove, and I'm thinking, okay, well, he's an outfielder. He's a little big.
Left-handed or right-handed?
Right-handed. So I'm like, okay, he's a little bigger, right? He's probably going to play these corners because your boy got it locked up. And the same thing happened than what happened with me at Temple. Coach goes, hey, Al, we just want to see what it looks like in left. And I never played center field again.
And well, how tall is it? How tall is it?
Oh, he was a solid 6.
Okay.
He was a solid 6. Hey, Al.
And what would you say he weighed, give or take?
It was like, 205. He wasn't huge.
Okay.
He could move a little bit. He was our 4-hitter, but he was like an athletic 4-hitter. And hey, Al, can we see you in center? And I'm telling y'all, Devin Carter was watching that draft, and he played against and with Nick Clifford, saw Nick Clifford get picked, and thought, this is cooked. This is some level. I don't know how cooked, but he said, okay, and I don't think they had Dennis Schroeder yet.
Not at that time.
But even still, Keon, redundancy. Then you got Devin Carter, and Malik is different. He's a scorer. And then Devin I know what Devin's thinking. Please get a tall man.
And Zach LaVine.
Already there. Please be 6'10". Please go get a center. Please go get somebody, right? They called Nick Clifford's name, and Devin's thinking, this is clear redundancy. There's not room for both of us and Keon. There's no way. And you know what? And I don't know what Devin was thinking. I can't read his mind. I think that's what he was thinking. And you know what? Devin was right.
And my question with Nick Clifford that I still question this day, how they list him at 175 pounds. I don't see it.
You think he's less?
No, I think he's more.
Okay, that's what I thought.
No, I think he's at least a solid 200, 210.
Yeah. Yeah, so he can play more 3. We never really got to see Devin, play at all, but play any 3 and see if he can hang. But I'm telling you, Devin felt the same way as me when Buddy came from University of Rhode Island and he had that outfielder glove. I knew your boy was fried. I knew it was cooked. On the other side, we're trying to help you cook. This is a special edition of Prop Talk, different player incentives I know it's a little early, but as we get into the week 18 of the NFL, let's help you make some cash. There's some funny ones in here, and I think you're going to like them. More Drive Guys coming up.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjustment. testing.
License number 2N14884.
When value matters, Elk Grove Chevrolet delivers. Right now, lease a new Chevrolet Silverado LT for $250 per month plus tax. The Silverado 1500 stands out with composed handling, competitive towing, payload, roomy cabin, and fuel economy. Visit myelkgrovechevrolet.com for full lease details. Don't miss your chance to drive the new Chevrolet Silverado. Stop by Elk Grove Chevrolet today and experience quality that goes the distance.
Business moves fast, and so do we. At Bank of Marin, we team up with businesses in the greater Sacramento area to help you drive the lane and score big. With dedicated relationship bankers and local decision making, we help you move quickly, whether you're upgrading equipment, buying your next building, streamlining cash flow, or fueling growth. From expansion to investment, we're ready to help you win. Bank of Marin, your local business bank. Visit us at bankofmarin.com. Member FDIC.
Guys, if your energy is low, your strength isn't what it used to be, or your drive feels off, it's not just getting older. For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Sacramento, you can start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation so you get real answers about your testosterone levels and overall health. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. This isn't guesswork or one-size-fits-all treatment. Revive specializes in personalized, closely monitored testosterone care designed to help men feel stronger, sharper, and more like themselves again. With over 120,000 patients treated since 2011, Revive Men's Health is trusted for results, not hype. If you've been putting this off, now is the time to act. Claim your free T-check and consultation and see if you qualify for 25% off TRT. This month only. Call 916-619-3000. That's 916-619-3000. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply, must medically qualify.
Weekend escape to bucket list adventure. Plan your trip at the Sportsman's Expo. This is the region's greatest selection of outdoor travel. California, the West, Alaska to Mexico, Canada to South Africa, outfitters, guides, lodges, and destinations. Your chance to meet the experts who'll make your trip unforgettable. California's largest sportsman's travel event is back, January 15th through 18th at Cal Expo in Sacramento. Details at sportsexpos.com.
The holiday rush continues at your California Ford dealers. The Ford year-end sell-a-thon is on. Now through January 2nd, get our best offers across the most popular Ford trucks and SUVs. From America's best-selling Ford F-Series trucks for 48 years, the legendary F-150 and Super Duty, to the Bronco family of SUVs for those who don't wait for adventure to begin. Plus, all-electric standouts like the Mustang Mach-E and F-150 Lightning. And Explorer and Escape, the perfect balance of comfort, capability, and everyday versatility. Get ready to power through whatever the season brings in a Ford. But don't wait. These year-end sell-a-thon savings won't last. The clock's ticking. The lots are moving. And these are the season's biggest savings on an incredible selection of Ford vehicles. Rush in before the sell-a-thon and the savings are over January 2nd. Get to your California Ford dealers today. Claim based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year industry reported total.
Award-winning guitarist and songwriter Gary Clark Jr.
So we gotta move in the
Tour 2026. Saturday, January 31st, 7 p.m. The venue at Thunder Valley. An electrifying night of music with Gary Clark Jr. Special guest, Marcus King Band. On sale at the venue at Thunder Valley. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Gary Clark Jr. Live.
Kings have at 8 o'clock. We are going to talk about the college football playoff. We're also going to discuss the NCAA. It's a case-by-case situation, how they are granting eligibility to players not in the NBA, but that were drafted to the NBA, letting them come back to school. Yeah, that's really happening. So that's coming up at 6 in our bonus segment. And then, of course, game night will get you ready for the Kings on your home of the Beam Team. But right now, it's time to give you an opportunity to make some cash, all right? I love doing this every season, okay? And Schmal and Miles loves to do this as well. It's been a good season for Schmal and Miles. A lot of units have been moved. A lot of units have been lost. And we're hoping that week 18 proves to be a beneficial one to everybody's wallet. So basically, this happens every season. This happens every season where you break down players that are in positions to make money because others know about this, right? You're talking about the quarterbacks know about this. It could be a quarterback. The coaches know about this. Most recently, we saw this with Kendrick Bourne. What did he need? Either yards or a catch to make $500K, and he already has spent that money on an investment property. I don't know about all of it, but an investment property. I don't know if it was in the Bay. I don't know, Kendrick Bourne, what you gonna do with $500K in the Bay? But Kendrick Bourne has already used that money for his own greater good. So, okay, Ramsey, this is from our guy Joe Holka of the Joe Holka Show, and he helping you win more NFL bets. This is from Joe, and here's a breakdown, Ramsey, to win some cash. Sam Darnold has $1 million tied directly to passing production. 150 yards for $500K, 3 passing touchdowns for $500K. He's hit the 3 touchdown mark 3 times this season. This game decides the number 1 seed in the NFC versus the 49ers, forcing aggression. So the problem with these are obviously you would think 150, he's going to get that, right? But maybe not. But that's not where the prop talk line is going to be. It's going to be somewhere in the 2s. But do you get spicy with the 3 passing touchdowns? I'm going to tell y'all right now, I'm leaving that one alone.
He gonna need at least 3 touchdowns to win this game on Saturday.
I know the Niners been giving it up. Now that I think about it, you might, if you're gonna take a chance. I wouldn't put too many units on it. Next, this is, I think, an easy one, but you never know, Ramsey. Saquon Barkley scrimmage yards set at 87 to earn $250K. So that could be, he hasn't really been catching the football. That used to be Schmal and Miles' go-to, but they have not been throwing him the football.
This one's dicey for the fact, depending on where the Eagles want to land at in the playoffs, whether they want the 2 seed or whether they'll concede the 3 seed.
He's averaging 104 total yards over his last 4 games. He's already posted 132 total yards versus the Washington Commanders. Washington allows the second most running back yards in football. So that feels safe. Now, you got to be careful because that's scrimmage yards. So you never know these lines. You got to get them in early because they'll set it at 92 and then he gets it, but he's under what that line is at. Next up, Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen has $1.2 million connected to volume and scoring. I don't know about this one, man. And they're playing Trey Lance.
That's where I was going.
6 receptions for $750K. Only 9 receiving yards for $250K. 2 touchdowns for $250K. You got it. I mean, he's 6 receptions. I mean, to be fair, though, he is a possession guy. So Trey is probably going to running backs, possession receiver, and tight ends. So,
I mean,
I don't love it.
If Harbaugh knows about it, Harbaugh will play him. But if he's taking the attitude he took with Justin Herbert,
hold on,
it's dicey.
They got the. I think I forgot they got the Broncos. Yeah, no.
It's dicey.
No, thank you. Can't do that one. I don't think I'm doing that one. But that's another option for you. Next up, Stephon Diggs needs 8 receptions to cash a $500K bonus. He's logged 15 catches over his last 2 games. The Dolphins have allowed 58 receptions over the last 2 weeks. Catch volume stays firmly in play. He either catches 10, footballs or none.
He might need this money, especially after if you've heard that he was in the news earlier today.
I did see that.
That's all I'm going to say.
Tony Pollard has $450K tied to his rushing output. 66 rushing yards for $250K. 2 touchdowns for $200K. He's averaging 113 rushing yards over his last 4 games. What are they doing with him and Tajay Spears? I just never know who's actually playing.
I don't even know that. And they got the Jaguars, correct?
I believe
Yeah, they got
so.
the Jaguars because the Texans got the Colts.
Yeah. Next one, Ramsey. Here's a dicey one for you. Justin Jefferson needs 53 receiving yards to secure his 1,000-yard season. He's never missed that mark in his career. He faces the Green Bay Packers, who plan to rest starters. Legacy meets opportunity. Yeah, but meet Max Brosmer, who might be the worst quarterback I've ever seen. 53. I think Justin, you know what they might just do? Just run a bunch of screens and just find a way to get him. Because that's all Brosmer can throw.
And the cool part about it at the moment, the Vikings are actually favored because the Packers are locked at the 7th seed and they're not playing anybody.
Next up, Deebo Samuel has $450K tied to explosive production. 93 receiving yards for $200K, 2 touchdowns for $250K. He turned 6 touches into 93 yards last week. Why not? If you're going to do it, then do it. I don't mind this one at all. It's the Eagles, and we don't know how much they're playing for or how much they care. Why not? I would do that one.
And Josh Johnson's been utilizing him as one of his weapons that he's been looking for. So he may get there because that's one of his targets.
He is a young quarterback or limited quarterback's best friend. Deebo
Very
Samuel.
true.
So,
and Josh Johnson, we love you, dog. Shout out being cousins of kinfolk Marshawn Lynch. But you're 39 years old, and
I like that. That might be my favorite. Not that it's going to hit, but that might be my favorite. Myles Garrett needs 1 sack to break the NFL single-season sack record. Joe Burrow has been sacked 8 times over the last 3 weeks. Garrett comes in motivated after the Steelers schemed to stop the record last week and lost the game. But there's no money involved for Myles Garrett. I think Joe is just saying clearly he's going to try to get it done. But I would stay away from that one because, I mean, you don't have to stay away from it, but the books know that it's not going to be a good payout, I don't think.
And speaking of money, I think Cam Jordan hit his incentive this past week, and there was another receiver, I can't recall who it was, but he had an incentive that he hit for, I think it was like for $1 million.
Kareem Hunt needs 31 scrimmage yards to earn $25K. I think he's going to get that. But they're going to, honestly.
That's if they give him the ball.
That line is going to be pretty close to 30. It ain't going to be high, so I like that for Kareem Hunt, and you kind of need the Raiders to lose that one. Dawson Knox, $200K. He receives $100K for 7 receiving yards. That obviously he's going to get that. 1 touchdown for $100K, so that's the ticket right there.
Hey, just throw him an 8-yard touchdown pass. They get you $300,000 right there.
There you go. And honestly, like Josh out, they'll try to do this stuff. Jawan Jennings needs 7 receptions. Yeah, I think we talked about this one. 7 receptions for $666,000. I don't know that he's getting 7.
That's going to be difficult.
I mean, I know Brock does spam receivers a little bit. Like last week, he spammed Ricky Pearsall. So you better hope that
they're playing
it's
for
Juwan.
some of them DBs in Seattle are going to try to lock him up.
Yeah, I like Ricky in that game, honestly. Chase Brown, 53 rushing yards to reach his first 1,000-yard season. Ricky Dowdle, $1.2 million for 7 scrimmage yards, or $1 million for 7 scrimmage yards, $250K for 1 touchdown.
They gonna need that.
Yeah, Hunter Henry, $250K if he gets 5 receptions. I really like that one. Von Miller needs 1 sack for $1 million. I don't know. He has a sack in 3 of his last 4 games, including last week. I do like that one, and that's the last one. So there you go. That's how you make some cheese as we are all trying to make our money back from Christmas when we return. Oh, yeah, it's time. Stock up, stock down, QB edition. More Drive Guys coming up.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
have fun, and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
It's the most wonderful time of the year because the season of Toyotathon is on with incredible deals you don't want to miss. For Toyotathon, get low 1.99% financing plus $1,000 finance cash on the 2025 Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing plus $1,000 finance cash on the 2026 Tundra. Hurry because Toyotathon ends January 5th. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
have fun, and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Warrants reserved.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/fast. That's ethos.com/fast.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
At InShape, we have a place for every kind of mover. The Sometimer, the early riser, the after-work grinder, the yogi, lifter, bodybuilder, walker, runner, swimmer, spinner, stretcher, rower, climber, jumper, dancer, boxer, sauna seeker, recoverer. Basically, if you walk, lift, stretch, or sweat, you belong at InShape. So whether it's your first time or your first time in a while, start the year strong and join today at InShape.com. That's InShape.com. Find a location nearest to you.
Coach Christie here letting you know the year-end sell-a-thon is on at Folsom Lake Ford, and with your approved credit, get 0% financing plus 0 down, plus no payments for 90 days on select new Fords. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford today. Interest accrues from date of purchase.
Your local sports leader in the 916.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sactown Sports 1140.
doing this radio thing, this content creation thing here in Sacramento, putting some roots down. I got 2 little ones, only had 1 little one when we moved out here all those years ago. Feels like a long time ago. And I'm excited for what's ahead, and we appreciate all of you supporting us every way that you do, whether that's through a positive text, whether that's through Alan, stop talking about Jonathan Kuminga text, whatever it is, calls, a chat, and just listening. And if you don't say anything at all, we appreciate you too. So really wishing everyone a happy new year. But we do have an hour and 30 left with you, getting you ready for game night as the Kings take on the Los Angeles Clippers. Can I just say one of the games as of late that I'm most excited to watch, just because of the confusion of the Clippers. And I know John Collins is questionable with an illness. I would have loved to see him. But I'm pretty excited to watch this game just to see how it all works out. You truly never know what Doug Christie's going to do with his rotations outside of a couple guys. And honestly, it's really outside of DeMar DeRozan, because even Russ will miss a little bit of time, if Doug just wants to see something different. So you really never know what every game is going to bring, which is kind of fun in a unique way. But yeah, we were talking about New Year's and what New Year's can bring to the table, how I'm not washed up, but my situation is washed up right now. Can't go out because I got the little ones. I got a 2.5-year-old and a 3-month-old. So that's what we're doing now. But kind of going back in the way back machine, Ramsey, I know you wanted to talk about places that you've gone for New Year's and places that you want to go.
Yes. Somewhere for me that I've been to that I definitely want to go back to for New Year's it's more of an event than anything. I've been to the Rose Bowl. Mm-hmm. I need to get back. I would definitely love to go back to the Rose Bowl. I mean, they don't call it the granddaddy of them all for no reason.
Yeah.
And it's a great event. I mean, it's just the spectacle of it in Pasadena with the game starting at 1:30, 2 o'clock. You see the sun by the time game finishes, about 5:30, 6 o'clock, dark. You see the sunset. And I just the year I happened to go, Stanford was playing Wisconsin, I believe it was. Stanford won the game, but it was, it was a great time. And to the second part, for somewhere or something that I'd like to do on New Year's that I haven't had a chance to yet, I'd love to go to the NHL Winter Classic at least once, just to experience it. I watch it. I try to watch it every year.
Yeah.
I'm a hockey fan to begin with, but it's just like the over the top, the extraordinary, the extra special event for New Year's. And this year, ironically enough, it's going to be in Miami, Florida, at the Florida Marlins Stadium with the Panthers.
Yeah.
So they're taking a step away from your cold weather scenarios and bringing it to Florida with the 2-time defending Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers and allowing them to host it. And it's been something I've watched, and it's something I could definitely see myself going to hopefully at least once.
Yeah, it is funny, though, because, look, they deserve it, the Panthers do, if you win it, but it is funny, the Winter Classic in Florida.
Very true.
Right? That I need to see my breath. That's kind of part of it. But, yeah, those are good calls, Ramsey.
And even, as you said, just to feed into start of 2026, sports-wise, 2026 is a huge year in terms of sports, especially locally in Northern California.
Yeah.
We're going to have starting in March in multiple venues, both the men's and the women's Sweet 16 and Elite 8. Women is here at Golden One Center. Men are playing at the SAP Center in San Jose. In June, speaking of San Jose, Santa Clara, we got the World Cup. The Winter Olympics start in roughly about a month.
Yeah.
With every other sporting event we are normally accustomed to. And even in California, we've got the NBA All-Star Game on Valentine's weekend at the stadium. We're getting ready to watch later tonight if we're Kings fans at the Intuit Dome.
Yeah.
So I have a feeling it's going to be a huge year when it comes to sports.
Well, and it's funny because this isn't coming up this year, but on Christmas, I was talking to just a family friend that was at the house and my brother-in-law, and we were talking about the Olympics and we were talking about the World Cup and how you kind of need to, if you have plans on doing any of that, you kind of need to start locking that stuff down now. I know the World Cup, the first wave, they're already on the third wave, and he just happened to look it up when we were kind of done eating and just chatting. And because I've been telling people I want to go to the Olympics because I don't know. Look, I don't know about my second kiddo, but my first kiddo, I mean, she's the fastest 2.5-year-old in the world. I know that for a fact. I chase her around. So I want her to see the Olympics because she will be in the Olympics in a couple years here. But seriously, as far as buying those tickets, there is another release of those tickets in like early January.
I believe so. Yeah.
And I had no clue. I'm sitting telling people, yeah, I'm going to go to the Olympics, or that's the plan, but I didn't do any of this research. So if you want to go to these big boys, you need to start paying attention like now.
Especially with the Olympics being in LA.
Yeah.
In 2028.
So, yeah, a lot of different opportunities to see some really high-level athletics here in 2026. Yeah, for me, I would is it too basic? I mean, I did do Vegas for my bachelor party. But is it too basic to do Vegas for New Year's? I kind of just want to do it, right? My wife was saying, oh, we got to do the New York Christmas thing. I mean, we can. I don't feel like or even Rockefeller Center and do that for New Year's. I'll do it, and I know it looks cool, but you ever look at something and you already know how cold and uncomfortable you're going to be? Like when I watched the ball drop, I just feel like I'm not trying to get too graphic here, but they said, in those big groups in New York, let's just say it's really hard to get to the bathroom. I'm going to say it like that. And it's cold. I don't know, man. I don't know. But Vegas, I'll do Vegas once for I've been plenty of times. But yeah, I don't know. Because if I'm not doing somewhere like that, then at that point, and like I said, I'm going to, what did I call it early, Ramsey? Cloud Lake. I'm going to Cloud Lake tomorrow to have a nice steak dinner. But at the end, and Steven is reminding us, the X Games coming to Sacramento in 2026. So that's all. We got stuff happening all over the place. But yeah, if I'm not doing Vegas, I guess we can do the New York thing. And I'm down, but I like New York in the summer. That's when I like New York.
For those that know me, if I'm doing New Year's and I'm going somewhere, I got to mix in a sporting event as well.
Sure.
Whatever it may be. I mean, not saying this year, but this year would be like the Rose Bowl or something. Which we'll talk more about in the 6 o'clock hour. One of the CFP, the college football playoff games.
Yeah. And good reminder, Ramsey, we are going up to 6:30. So a lot of people are going to be very confused today because I'm on the Drive Guys and we're going up to 6:30. But that's how we do it because it's my last show of the year, and we're really excited. Where are places that you want to go for New Year's, places you have gone? What's a slept-on place? I like to tell people this all the time, and people say I'm a liar or not. I think Reno's slept on. I think you find some nice pockets in Reno and have a good time as well. So any places like that. All right, Ramsey, stop stalling so we can get down to business here. We got stock up, stock down. Tell me where I was right. Tell me where I was wrong. Tell me if I missed anyone because there are a lot of names here, and I got some question marks here. Ramsey, you want me to start with stock up or stock down?
Let's go stock up.
Stock up, and in no particular order, by the way. My stock up quarterbacks, Malik Willis, Tyler Huntley. I got Sam Darnold with a question mark. I got Caleb Williams, Drake May, Trevor Lawrence, Bryce Young with a question mark as well, CJ Stroud with a question mark as well, Bo Nix with a question mark. You got Justin Herbert with a question mark, and Mac Jones. So basically, it's a bunch of backups and Drake May and Caleb Williams, and the rest, I don't know what to do with. I know CJ Stroud has come on as of late. Bryce Young could make the playoffs, but is anybody viewing Bryce Young differently? Sam Darnold could be the 1 seed. I don't know if anybody's viewing Sam Darnold differently as well, because I know the Vegas books are, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess to boil this thing down, who for sure is stock up is Malik Willis, Mac Jones, Caleb Williams, Drake May, and Trevor Lawrence. Those are the only guys. And if we're only doing starters, then I would say Caleb Williams, Drake May, Trevor Lawrence. Those are the only guys that I know there's not really an argument off the top of my head. I don't know if I'm missing anybody, Ramsey.
I mean, you know me, my bias, Caleb Williams, most definitely. If Drake May gets the trophy, I understand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Trevor Lawrence has been balling. I take the question mark off of C.J. Stroud. I think his stock is up, especially with the way that the Texans have been playing recently, and he's come back around after the injury.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, maybe Sam Darnold, depending, but there's some on this list. Personally, I put in the stock down.
Who?
I never have any faith. He's got to prove it to me.
I know who you're going to say.
Justin Herbert. He's got to prove it.
It's definitely not stock down. Maybe he's not stock
He
up.
might be. Let's put it like this: he might be stock purgatory because he's in the middle. But he can get stock up if he proves himself in the playoffs.
Yes, but that's my Sam Darnold thing, though. That's why I got question marks next to both of them. And Bo Nix, like I said, I don't know what to do with Bo Nix. I really don't. If he's just, to me, we should be having the same if this is the same thing. It's not even the same thing because I think Russell Wilson did more. This is the same thing as Russ in Seattle, but I would argue that Russ was probably doing a little bit more. Maybe my memory is escaping me, but that's how I remember it. All right, Ramsey, let's get to stock down. And I don't know where some of the arguments may lie here, but I got Kyler Murray, Tua, Geno Smith, Jalen Hurts, Jaden Daniels, and then I got a question mark next to Baker, and I got a question mark next to Lamar. And I don't know what to do with Joe Burrow. I just left him normal.
I'd honestly take Jalen Hurts out because only reason why I'm saying that, as bad as people talk about Philly, they're still in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
They still got a home playoff game. They're still the defending champs. And they got to prove, basically, until someone knocks them off, you got to beat the champs to be the champs. They're in it. Like Lamar, we don't know because Lamar hasn't been healthy for weeks on end.
But to me, I know, and maybe it's not fair to have Lamar here but not Joe Burrow. Maybe it's either they're both in it or they're both out. So you're probably right. I shouldn't have Lamar and not Joe Burrow. But I'll just take Lamar. I'd add Joe Burrow. But even it just felt like, and I know Lamar's season hasn't been as bad as maybe it feels, and he's just been so good that our expectations maybe aren't even fair anymore.
But we should put Lamar in the same category as Justin Herbert, too.
Sure.
Because Lamar ain't won nothing yet.
Sure.
Everybody puts the expectations on Lamar to
Well, it depends
to
how
win.
much you care about MVPs.
Yeah, and everybody puts expectations on Lamar to win something. Every time he gets to the playoffs, something happens. They don't win.
What are you doing with Baker?
They've lost 6 or 7. I don't know what I don't know what to say because they're in the NFC South. I don't know. I mean, the first three you listed most definitely because 2 of them, more likely than not, either may not be on a team or I hope they'll stay in the league in terms of Kyler Murray and Tua Tagovailoa.
Somebody's going to take a chance on Kyler, but Geno is done.
Geno is as they say, cook.
Yeah. Geno could be – he's not done because he's just going to go back to being a backup, right? He had, a couple years.
He's still got at least a year, if not 2 years on the contract.
He does, but that don't matter.
Oh, I get it.
No, get out of here. But Kyler Murray, somebody's going to take a chance on him. I truly don't know what's going to happen with Tua.
I don't
really
either.
don't. It's the contract. Why are you – it's one thing to take a chance on someone – but you can't take a chance on someone with that
That's why I
contract.
prefaced it. I just said, is Tua still going to be in the league?
Just go home and we got to pay you, so we'll just go home.
That, and I mean, Tua is one hit away from being retired anyways.
Yeah, well, that was initially the whole thing, and then they paid him after that. Am I being unfair? I guess if we're going to remove Lamar and Joe Burrow, do I have to remove Jaden Daniels too?
You take Jaden Daniels out because he's been hurt all season.
Yeah.
I mean, my problem is his injury that he has is way too personal to me because, for those that know, I dislocated my elbow at the end of September.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels, and his same elbow, left elbow. Jaden Daniels dislocated his left elbow. And in my opinion, just dealing with what I'm personally dealing with, now I'm not a star athlete. I don't get the treatment that he gets, but I felt they rushed him back. In my opinion, 4 weeks coming back from dislocated elbow, to me, that's way too soon.
Yeah, and you know what was funny too?
And he re-injured it.
You haven't paid him yet, so it's not as if, hey, we got this $50 million quarterback, and your season was already fried.
Yeah,
let's just keep
cooked.
it. Yeah, let's just keep it 1,000. Your season was fried, so I don't know why they did that. Fine, I will remove Jaden Daniels. I will remove Lamar. I mean, the Jalen Hurts thing is very fascinating. You know why I have him in stock down? It's not because he's having a bad season.
Just the way their team is playing?
It's just because, the conversation around Jalen Hurts, I mean, he has not played well. He was in an MVP conversation 2-3 years ago.
Yeah.
So that's why his stock is down. It's not that he's a bad quarterback, but you're coming off your Super Bowl MVP season, and they just went through a second half where, what was it? They didn't get 20 yards?
Yeah, then their team, they're not just, and it's not just Jalen Hurts. Their entire offensive side of the ball has underperformed. You've got a running back that's coming off a 2,000-yard season that hasn't lived or hasn't repeated the expectations that he put upon himself.
Yeah.
We love A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown has not produced. Is Devontae Smith on a milk carton? Because I haven't seen him in quite some time.
No. Once A.J. Brown started talking, Jalen Hurts is legitimately scared to throw to Devontae Smith. And now you think Devontae Smith just going to sit there and say, okay, cool, I'll just never catch a football anymore because A.J. wanted to cry?
And the other one that is always a key, and I don't think he hasn't produced as much as he had, is their tight end, Dallas Goedert.
He will pop on a random Thursday night for 110 yards, and then he will go back into hiding.
He'll go back into MIA mode, or what we're asking for right now. There's an APB out for him. I don't know where he's at.
I'm so sick of these tight ends. Schmallen Miles is sick of these tight ends. And you got the Rams deploying 4 tight ends a night. You got Ferguson. You got, who is it? Parkinson.
Yep.
You got Davis Allen. And then they said they're going to get Higbee back. They were joking about it on the broadcast because they got way too many tight ends.
The Bears deployed 2, technically 3 tight ends.
That's more normal, though. You got Komet, and you got Loveland.
Colston Loveland, and they used Durham Smythe.
Yeah. So I can't do it. But I do have this one for you, Ramsey. This is from the 209. Maybe I didn't hear what you guys said, but what are we doing with Daniel Jones? That's a very good call, 209. I didn't think about him because of the injury, but he's got to be stock up.
He's a stock up to incomplete because of the injury.
He's got to be stock up, but he's stock up that I don't want to say nobody cares about, but his stock up, I don't know, especially because he tore his Achilles.
Yeah,
who is going to say the same way they went and got Geno Smith, the same way they went and got Sam Darnold? I don't know who the team is that says, and he was in line for it, but who is the team? His stock is up, but who's going to say, let's go get Daniel Jones off an Achilles?
That's why I'm using the word incomplete. He's in that purgatory stage because of the injury. We don't know where that's going to end up. And for him as a quarterback, that might be a longer path than normal to return.
And some of the names, and the last note about, Daniel Jones, he's not even going to be back to start the season. That's the other tough part. Me and Ramsey, we just limping around everywhere. Ramsey's elbow, I tore my Achilles about 3 years ago. So trust me, I know the pain, man. It stinks. I did it playing basketball, though, and I haven't played in a 5-on-5 game since. But, Daniel Jones, in theory, he would have been stock up, but I don't know who's going to get him next season. Some of the names that we didn't mention there, Ramsey, Matthew Stafford, I mean, he's a legend, right? I mean, when you're somebody like Matthew Stafford, all you can do is go stock down.
I got one. Speaking of Matthew Stafford, who he's always linked with, where do you put Jared Goff?
That's a good one. I think he's stock down. Slightly, just slightly.
Slightly because of the season that they had, in my opinion.
Slightly, but he's not a game changer.
But and again, I'm gonna say this about the Detroit Lions. I've heard it in multiple entities. The downfall for the Detroit Lions didn't start last year. Mm-hmm. It started at Levi Stadium 2 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
It started when they lost the NFC Championship.
I was there. I was there.
It started when they lost that NFC Championship.
Now, I wasn't hating, even though I'm a Raider fan, I wasn't hating because it allowed myself and Chris Watkins to go to Vegas, because if the Niners lost, we would not have gone to Vegas, and I would not have gotten that ridiculous picture with Cam Newton. If you haven't seen it, just go look it up. It's pretty ridiculous. I look like a Boy Scout. But, yeah, Jared Goff is a really good one. He's slightly down. Somebody else is bringing up Mac Jones. Yeah, we talked about Mac Jones. He's up, right? Mac Jones, Malik Willis, some of these backups. But let's kind of end this with, of course, we are the Sacramento home of the Niners. Brock Purdy. What do you do with Brock Purdy? I think five touchdowns each in his last 2 games, good for 10 touchdowns. He's already tied. Jordan Love is another one I just left alone. I left Jordan Love alone. I left Jared Goff alone.
I thought of one. He's on the downside of his career. That man from Chico that plays in the black and gold.
Yeah, slightly up, but okay.
Yeah.
It's like the Daniel Jones thing. Aaron Rodgers' stock is up, but what does that mean?
Yeah, what does that mean?
Yeah. Brock Purdy, obviously he missed a ton of time, so that's why I did not have him on stock up. But if he keeps playing like this, obviously he would be stock up. He just missed too much time on the front.
The one thing that, in my opinion, he's always prone to one of them 4 or 5 turnover games, because he takes a lot of chances.
Yeah, he people don't think of him as a gunslinger, but he likes the Dougie and he likes the gunsling.
And as I referred to it earlier in the show, the penalty that was called against the Bears when he threw the second interception changed the entire game.
Yeah.
Because that would have been 2 turnovers. Bears didn't turn the ball over all night. And I think that would have flipped the entire momentum of the game. And then you would have been looking like, oh, Purdy had another multiple turnover game.
Yeah. 916 also is saying, how is Purdy not stock up, or did I miss something? He's just not up or down to me simply because he just hasn't played that much. But yeah, if Lamar was going to be in stock up, stock down, I'd say stock down, but I don't think he played enough. Brock Purdy has not played enough. But if we're doing it on right now, of course, Brock Purdy would be stock up. The dude is balling right now. The Brock Star is doing his thing. When we return, we will have our Kings-Clippers preview, so don't move. How do the Kings stack up and match up against that team down there in the Intuit Dome? More Drive Guys coming up.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho! And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company. Pure Talk.
Call Maverick Electrical to claim your free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check with a donation. This month, donate 5 canned foods to Maverick Electric's Holiday Food Drive and get a free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check. They'll collect your cans at the appointment and make sure your heat stays comfy and your lights stay steady, so the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callamaverick.com to schedule your free tune-up today.
What will a Maverick do? 'Cause you're a Maverick too.
Give to get with no gimmicks. Limited appointments. Some restrictions apply.
The holiday rush continues at your California Ford dealers. The Ford year-end sell-a-thon is on. Now through January 2nd, get our best offers across the most popular Ford trucks and SUVs. From America's best-selling Ford F-Series trucks for 48 years, the legendary F-150 and Super Duty, to the Bronco family of SUVs for those who don't wait for adventure to begin. Plus, all-electric standouts like the Mustang Mach-E and F-150 Lightning. And Explorer and Escape, the perfect balance of comfort, capability, and everyday versatility. Get ready to power through whatever the season brings in a Ford. But don't wait. These year-end sellathon savings won't last. The clock's ticking, the lots are moving, and these are the season's biggest savings on an incredible selection of Ford vehicles. Rush in before the sellathon and the savings are over January 2nd. Get to your California Ford dealers today. Claim based on 1977 and 2024 calendar year industry reported total.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
During New Year's and how things change once you have kids or just get older in general or get a significant other. And somebody mentioned on the text line, I haven't been in a long time, but South Lake Tahoe used to be pretty fun on New Year's from the 530. Oh, yes. Yes, it is. Or yes, it was. I'm right there with you, 530. It probably was over close to 10 years for me, too. But it was a lot of fun.
Personally, I understand the luster and why people go up there. For me, it's my birthplace. So,
okay.
You
should feel a calling to go back.
As much as I was born in South Lake Tahoe, we moved down my dad and family moved me down into Sacramento when I was 4, and probably one of the best moves ever made in my life. Because as much as I like South Lake Tahoe, I'm a city person. I don't know how I would do a small town.
Well, my problem, and I just saw this on the news, but I can't do the, I got a Jeep, but it's not a 4x4. I can't do the chains, and you get stuck. You got to put the chains on. I'm not really part of the chain gang.
And the other thing is I'm not, and I've unfortunately as a child, this is more so 80 side than 50 side. I'm not doing the 6 to 8 hour drive, either go up there or come back home.
Well, I'm not doing that. If I'm going to Tahoe, you remember that? What was that movie back in the day with Ice Cube? And it's like called Family Vacation, I think, right? That one back in the day when he said, I think it was Cedric the Entertainer. We said, we're going to be on the I-5 by 5. That's me. If I'm doing Tahoe or LA or any of these trips, look, I don't care how old you are. All your butts are going to be up. We are leaving at 4 a.m.
Yeah, if there's a study saying if you're taking a road trip, especially on a holiday, if you're not on the road by 7 o'clock, you're probably, I think it's like a half hour to an hour longer in the vehicle than, like you said, getting up first thing in the morning, getting out the door.
Johnson Family Vacation. That's what it was called. In 2004, Bow Wow was in it and Solange Knowles. That was the movie. We're going to be on the I-10 by 10, or it was the I-5 by 5. We'll go to Tahoe, but we are leaving at 4 a.m. That's the only way we're getting it done. So keep them coming in. Yeah, South Lake Tahoe is another good one.
Like I said, as a kid, and more Reno side, and this was at the time it was my mother and I, God rest her soul. We were this is when my grandmother was living. She was living in Reno. We were coming back, took Greyhound back from Reno to Sacramento. Bus broke down. No. It was a 12-hour trip from Reno back to Sacramento, like the day after Christmas.
You're scarred. You're scarred. Look, if somebody want to drive me, right? We gonna leave at 4, but somebody gonna drive me. But again, I'll do Tahoe in the summer.
Exactly.
I like Tahoe in the summer.
Give me. An ideal for me to go to Lake Tahoe. Give me Edgewood. Give me the American Century Family Tournament. That's July. I'll do that.
You know, I'm just saying, right? Keep Tahoe blue. Where I like the water. You know, it's beautiful out there. Okay. Will it be a beautiful ending to 2025 for the Sacramento Kings? Well, they have an opportunity, and while everybody is going to be talking about LeBron and and his birthday, turning 41 years old, on the other side of the city, the Clippers will be taking on the Kings. Now, let's talk about these matchups, and real quick as we discuss the injury report. Domantas Sabonis out, Zach LaVine out, Keegan Murray available with that calf. That was a bit of a surprise to me. Drew Eubanks available from that thumb. Dylan Cardwell, everyone's favorite shot blocker, unavailable, G League assignment. For the Clippers, Ivica Zubac out. John Collins. Do we have an update on John Collins at all?
As of 5:30, in the way that, if you're familiar now, the NBA does 15-minute reports now instead of the hour reports on the NBA injury report. He's still listed as questionable with the illness. So.
Okay, John Collins, questionable. Bogdanovic out. Bradley Beal out. Chris Paul out. So that's who is out for both sides. Just taking a look at what the Clippers did and what they have been doing. They are on a roll a little bit, on a 4-game winning streak that makes them 10-21. They are, as you look at I think realistically, I don't look at the 6th seed. I just look at the 8th seed. They're 6 games back of the 8th seed to give themselves 2 chances to get into the dance. So 6 games back is not crazy. Okay, the Warriors are the 8th seed. The Suns are the 7th seed. And the Suns could turn back into a pumpkin, even though the Suns, sidebar, they've won 4 straight. So the Clippers are 5-5 their last 10. They are 10-21 on a 4-game winning streak. And this is how things are matching up right now. They do have Kawhi Leonard. I know that's always a question. They just beat the Pistons, which is pretty darn impressive.
And that was the Kawhi double nickel.
Yeah, Kawhi had played 39 minutes, no overtime, played 39 minutes, 55 points, 11 rebounds. Nicholas Batum had 12 points. Brook Lopez had 7 and 7. Chris Dunn had 5. James Harden had 28 and 7 assists. Derrick Jones Jr. only played 18 minutes. Just hand him over. Just hand him over to the Kings. Only 3 points. You had, and that's pretty much it from kind of the main guys there. Go ahead.
And just to speak to that, Kawhi 55, it was highly efficient.
Mm-hmm.
17-26 from the field, 5-10 from 3, and 16-17 from the line.
So you look at it, and you got a couple other guys, Jordan Miller, Kobe Sanders, a couple of guys, Niederhauser getting 12 minutes, 17 minutes. Even Derrick Jones only got 18. So they're really driving. They're kind of like the Kings before the Kings started implementing more of the young guys. I mean, they're really running their starters pretty ragged.
I mean, in that game, James Harden played 40 minutes, had 28 points.
Yeah, James played 40. Kawhi played 39. They really wanted this one. They did get Derrick Jones essentially 20 minutes with 18 of them, and Jordan Miller 17 and 16 for Kobe Saunders. But yeah, that's a lot of starter time right there. So how this is going to match up with the Sacramento Kings with Keegan back. Hey, Keegan, welcome back. Now go guard Kawhi Leonard. This is one of those tough nights when, look, people that have seen James Harden, that dude is a tank. That dude is like 6'5" and thick, okay? So, fine, go guard Kawhi, but I don't know. Or do you do the Precious thing again and put Precious on Kawhi and put Keegan on James Harden?
Nah, personally, I go Keegan on James Harden. Probably throw Westbrook on, or Keegan on Kawhi Leonard, and throw Westbrook on Harden.
I guess. Former teammates, I guess, but...
I mean, the one thing you do know about Westbrook, he will be physical with Harden.
Yeah.
And Harden, in my opinion, he doesn't like the physicality, in my opinion, from what I've seen.
Yeah. And
especially in the later stages of his career.
And then even with Drew Eubanks available, we believe that Maxime Reynaud should still be starting. So Maxime on Brook Lopez. A prop talk, I would be careful with Maxime's rebounds tonight since Brook Lopez is never in the paint. So I would be careful about that one. Schmal and Miles has gotten burned before on that. Chris Dunn will be what? If they start Keon again. I feel like that's kind of a waste, right? They're just, neither of them are, I mean, at least Keon can shoot, but Chris Dunn isn't really a scorer like that. So I think that's a waste of
I'm led to believe Keon's probably going to go back to the bench with Keegan Murray back in the lineup.
So what? Keegan,
Precious, and Maxime Reynaud. And then Westbrook and Debo.
Okay. So you have, so DeMar on Batum, or you put DeMar on Chris Dunn?
Yeah.
Yeah, DeMar on Chris Dunn. And, Maxime on Brook Lopez. You got Westbrook on Harden. And, and then Precious on Batum. Sure. Look, I think they're going to have a good chance tonight. We're going to take a look at the spread, and I would assume the Clippers are favorited. But I don't think it will be by a crazy amount, but we'll see there. But that's how things stack up as far as the matchups are concerned. Yeah, the Clippers kind of trying to turn it. And I'll tell you this right now. They're on a 4-game winning streak. I think the Clippers are going to be hunting. They're going to be hunting because you get an opportunity to play the Kings, who are not very good. At least the record says they're not very good. That gets you to 5 wins straight going into the new year. And the Warriors sitting at 7-16. Look, we know this stuff can flip quickly. You definitely got the 8 in your sights if you're the Clippers.
Yeah, and just speaking of the spread, it's a crazy number.
Oh, great. I can't wait. Guess the spread on the other side, and we continue to talk about this Clippers-Kings matchup. More Drive Guys coming up.
Guys, if your energy is low, your strength isn't what it used to be, or your drive feels off, it's not just getting older. For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Sacramento, you can start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation so you get real answers about your testosterone levels and overall health. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. This isn't guesswork or one-size-fits-all treatment. Revive specializes in personalized, closely monitored testosterone care designed to help men feel stronger, sharper, and more like themselves again. With over 120,000 patients treated since 2011, Revive Men's Health is trusted for results, not hype. If you've been putting this off, now is the time to act. Claim your free T-check and consultation and see if you qualify for 25% off TRT. This month only. Call 916-619-3000. That's 916-619-3000. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply, must medically qualify.
At Elk Grove Honda, our recipe for happy holidays is to think Happy Honda Days. Let's explain. Happy is a good thing. We all like happy. Happy stands for quality, reliability, comfort, design, peace of mind, value at resale, and a lot more important words. And days is how long you have to take advantage of Elk Grove Honda's 2025 Accord, Pilot, and Ridgeline year-end clearance underway right now. Elk Grove Honda is located in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard, or on the web at elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Award-winning guitarist and songwriter Gary Clark Jr. Tour 2026, Saturday, January 31st, 7 p.m., the venue at Thunder Valley. An electrifying night of music with Gary Clark Jr. Special guest, Marcus King Band. On sale at the venue at Thunder Valley. For tickets, visit thundervalleyresort.com. Gary Clark Jr. Live.
The new year is upon us with promises of new beginnings and new adventures. But don't let this past year slip away without savoring the memories made with family and friends. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Looking forward is always exciting, but I have a lot to appreciate in this past year. revolving around time with family and more good times spent around my Naturewood dining table. Watching my grandsons enjoy birthdays and holidays was priceless and reminds me that new life is the perfect balance between yesterday and today. Greet the new year with a visit to Naturewood Home Furnishings during their annual New Year's sale going on now, including all the fine furniture and accessories in every department. How about a new style for the new year? Find that perfect piece of furniture that's new today and filled with future memories for tomorrow. The memories you make with your family will stay with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
California's largest sportsman's expo is back, January 15th through 18th at Cal Expo in Sacramento. Find a huge selection of fishing boats, kayaks, side-by-sides, and more than 50,000 square feet of RVs and campers. And check out Toyota's full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Your life outdoors at the International Sportsman's Expo, January 15th through 18th at Cal Expo in Sacramento. More info at sportsexpos.com.
There's always more Kings talk to discuss.
And we got you covered. It's the Drive Guys.
Alan Stiles filling in for Whitey Gleason here on the Drive Guys. And it's my last show of 2025. We're heading into 2026 with a bang. The Kings taking on the Clippers, their last game of 2025. And what a year it has been. Now, funny enough, a lot of these moves, right? The De'Aaron thing that did happen in 2025. The Mike Brown thing did not happen in 2025. So De'Aaron, the arrival of Zach LaVine, the trading of Jonas Valanciunas, the adding of Dennis Schroeder, all this stuff has happened. And, they're just finding a way to take something away from each game that they play. And, we talk about the Clippers on the other side and how they're going to be motivated because they're on a 4-game winning streak, trying to turn this thing around. And if you do get a team like the Kings, you kind of got to take care of business. But from the Kings' point of view, they had been playing some good basketball, and Doug Christie was really not happy with what he saw from Sacramento against Los Angeles. That was a game. A lot of people don't even know that game happened. Okay, in part because the Kings haven't been very good, but also because that was the huge game against the Niners, or with the Niners taking on Ramsey's Bears. But yeah, they got smacked up a little bit by the Lakers, and that was one of the first games where Doug Christie just thought that they just didn't show up to play. So I am looking to see the Kings show a little bit of oomph and a little bit of want to and fight back here in the last game of 2025. But Ramsey, apparently the books don't think so. I thought that it would be somewhat respectable. I don't really know why, because they've been a bit more respectable. So let me guess the spread here, Ramsey. So you gave me a hint because you said it's an outrageous number. My question is, what is outrageous to you? I'm going to say, just because you said that, Ramsey, I'm going to make it a little bit disrespectful. I'm going to say 12.5 is the line.
Close. It started at 8.5. This Clippers favored by 8.5 this morning. Now it's up to 10.5.
Okay. So, yeah, I went a little bit too crazy. You scared me.
I still think 10.5 is a lot of points in today's NBA.
To your point, though, but every time we say this, they don't ball out. But to your point, in theory, an 8-24 team going to play a 10-21 team, how is that? I know they're missing Sabonis, but they've been missing Sabonis and Zach LaVine. So to your point,
and the Clippers are missing Zubats and others as well.
Yeah, John Collins questionable, Zubats out. So it's a little disrespectful. But every time I say that, and honestly, from the time that I've kind of covered the Kings, they don't really play the Clippers very well. They really don't.
Yeah, it's a lot of times it is a bad matchup. Outside of I mean, the one memorable game that everybody has, and I can't remember if you were in the position of covering the Kings, the double overtime 176 to 175 game at the Staples Center. Outside of that, it's been a bad matchup on many occasions to where the Clippers have had the upper hand.
Yeah, and I'm looking here, just as we do, flip the page over to 2026. We've been talking about this a lot as a lot of people continue to look at the tankathon and where the Kings are going to fall. So we are about to hit the new year, and what did we keep saying? This thing was going to get a bit easier in the new year, and here we are. Sacramento, the second easiest schedule, only team with an easier schedule as of right now. Now, it'll fluctuate as these games happen, but Orlando with the easiest schedule. So the Kings left on the difficulty in the harder part of their schedule. Still got a game against the Pistons, still got to go to Detroit. Still got 2 against the Knicks, taking on Mike Brown. I can't wait for that. Still got 2 against the Spurs, taking on De'Aaron. Can't wait for that. Still got 2 against the Rockets, 2 against the Lakers, and they're about to start their kind of Laker run, okay? Because they already had, one? They just had one, and now they're going to have another coming up here in, I think, a week or so. And then, of course, their first game of the new year on New Year's Day against the Celtics, who another team, I know they beat them that fateful night in Boston with no De'Aaron Fox, and Devin Carter coincidentally balled out in that game. But, yeah, it hasn't normally been great facing the Celtics. So those are the hard games. Coming to the easy games, they still have a game against the Pacers. Okay, they got 2 against the Wizards, 3 against the Pelicans, and I'm telling you right now, they're not winning all 3 of those games. They're not. It could be simply because the Pelicans have been playing better. This is where the strength of schedule doesn't really tell the whole story, because the Kings have the Clippers tonight. They have the Clippers in total 4 times. And, yeah, I know they only have 10 wins, and that's partly why Vegas has them as 10.5-point favorites. That is weighing the Kings down, but the Clippers are not a bad team. So one of those games is going to happen tonight. Then they got 2 more. Then they got 2 against the Nets, who stink, and 2 against the Hornets, who stink. And they lost to the Nets last season, by the way. So, and I don't even think Cam Johnson played in that game. I think he left that game early when they came out to Sacramento. So reading this out loud, Ramsey, does not make me feel better if I'm a person that wants the Kings to win games. Reading this out loud, if I am not, or I should say if I am a person that wants the Kings to be in the best position possible for the draft, I feel pretty good about this. This 29, that 29th in the league, this is a very fraudulent 29 to me. 4 against the Clippers, and the Pelicans have been playing better. You got Jose Alvarado punching people. Yeah, this is a tough, and the tough ones are tough, right?
I mean, in my opinion, starting Thursday in the month of January, they don't have, again, and we said this about a week ago, they don't have to leave the West Coast until January 23rd. They had this game in the night in L.A. Friday, they got to go to Phoenix. Friday the 9th, they take the bus ride or the short flight down to the dental office, a.k.a. Chase Center, and then have a 7-game homestand starting on Sunday, January 11th. My take, and it's been a point of contention for 10-plus years now, they've never established Golden One Center being a place of home dominance.
Even though the fans are
amazing, the team itself has not established Golden One as being a place of home dominance.
Yeah.
If you want to make up some games, you could potentially do it here in the month of January at home.
Yeah, and you know what's funny? We were talking about, again, the Clippers and how they are, what did I say, 6 games back of that 8 seed. The Kings are 2.5 games behind the Clippers, so 8.5 games behind the 8 seed. I don't think that's happening. But if it is going to happen, Ramsey, yeah, that 7-game homestand would definitely make it possible, and that would flip everything on its head. I mean, at some point, you got to get healthy. That's what it comes down to for me. If you're just not going to get healthy, then what are we talking about?
Yeah, and in my opinion, the homestand is top heavy too. They start with Houston on Sunday, January 11th. Back-to-back that Monday night against the Lakers. And then 2 nights later, they got the Knicks coming in, the Mike Brown revenge game.
Well, there's a lot of revenge, too, because the Rockets are going to be looking for revenge.
Yes.
That is going to be a spicy one. And then, you got Mike Brown. Ramsey, the Kings currently have the worst record as far as the last 10 games. The Pelicans, as I was mentioning, the Pelicans got hot and then got ice cold again. The Pelicans have lost 4 straight, and they are 5-5 in their last 10 games. So they were hot, and then they were not. Then you have the Clippers, like I said, they're 5-5. They won 4 straight. A couple teams are 4-6, and then you have the 8-2. The Spurs are 8-2, and they just lost their last 2 games, so they had won 8 straight.
And I take it you're referring to the Western Conference, correct?
I'm looking at the Western Conference. Yeah, I'm looking at the Western Conference. So, because you got the Pacers. Pacers at 1-9.
They've lost 9 in a row.
Yeah, Pacers at 1-9. Hey, man, they know what they're doing. That's all I'm going to say. They know what they're doing out there. The Hawks, they got Trae Young back and forgot how to play basketball. They've lost 7 straight games. 7 straight. They're 2-8 their last 10.
And sadly, the Pacers are one of 2 teams that the Kings have outscore on a nightly basis in the NBA.
Yeah.
The Kings are 28th in scoring in the NBA.
Yeah, real quick on the surprises in the league. The Raptors cooled off. I mean, I guess you could say the Celtics kind of a surprise too, but the Celtics are now the 3 seed. They're 19-12. The Raptors have slipped a little bit, 20-14. They are the 4 seed now. The Magic, for all of the back and forth with the Magic as far as it not working out, they do sit in the 5 seed, but they are tied with the Heat for the 5 seed, and the Sixers are 16-14. They played a couple less games. And the Cavs, I guess a surprise in the wrong way, they're 18-16. And the Pistons, not a huge surprise, but kind of. In the Western Conference, the Spurs at 23-9. Yeah, I mean, good for De'Aaron. He posted that picture of him and his family, his Christmas photo. I mean, the dude is living. Well, what are you gonna say? I got no more energy to hate. I'll still roast about the Riverwalk, but the dude is living right now, and the Spurs are rolling. And same with Harrison Barnes. Somebody put a suit on. Get ready to do your taxes. 23-9. The Spurs are. Some other surprises. I don't know what's going to happen to the Nuggets, Ramsey, if you're just now tuning in.
They're without 4 starters now.
Yeah, that's true, and they've been surviving, but this is why you got to take care of business when you can. They lose Nikola Jokic for at least 4 weeks. They're already down Aaron Gordon. They're already down Christian Brown. So they're
down Cam Johnson for another month.
That's right. That's
why I said they're down 4 starters. The only healthy starter at the moment is Jamal Murray.
And you know what? At this point, Peyton Watson's about to make a lot of money because there's nobody else to play.
I mean, hey, Maxime Reynaud's college teammates playing now, and Spencer Jones.
Yeah, that's true. So you have an opportunity for the Rockets to scoot up, the Lakers to scoot up, I think the Timberwolves to scoot up. 7, kind of the last surprise here.
That to me is the biggest surprise in NBA, in my opinion, because I didn't think Phoenix was going to be that good to begin with.
I don't know that they'll turn into a pumpkin, but they're going to stay in the play-in. They're not getting out of the play-in. And I don't know if they even stay 7-8. I don't buy it quite yet. January hoops is where we'll start to see some of this stuff, trades get made, and so on and so forth. All right, one more segment with you, a bonus segment we've been talking about, getting you ready for Kings Clippers. But we are going to get into the college football playoff a little bit and some of the changes happening in college sports, something different to close out the year. Since this is an extra segment that I'm doing with you, we got more Drive Guys coming up. Don't move. We'll be right back.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Toyotathon is on, and you know what that means. Unbeatable deals on your favorite fuel-efficient Toyota models. Right now, for a limited time, get a low-cost lease on the dynamic 2025 RAV4. Or shop the industry's best lineup of hybrid and electrified vehicles with 19 models to choose from, including the 36 mpg Grand Highlander Hybrid. These are the deals you've been waiting for. Hurry! Toyotathon ends January 5th. Toyota, let's go places.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
At InShape, we have a place for every kind of mover. The Sometimer, the early riser, the after-work grinder, the yogi, lifter, bodybuilder, walker, runner, swimmer, spinner, stretcher, rower, climber, jumper, dancer, boxer, sauna seeker, recoverer. Basically, if you walk, lift, stretch, or sweat, you belong at InShape. So whether it's your first time or your first time in a while, start the year strong and join today at InShape.com. That's InShape.com. Find a location nearest to you.
The holiday rush continues at your California Ford dealers. The Ford year-end sell-a-thon is on. Now through January 2nd, get our best offers across the most popular Ford trucks and SUVs. From America's best-selling Ford F-Series trucks for 48 years, the legendary F-150 and Super Duty, to the Bronco family of SUVs for those who don't wait for adventure to begin. Plus, all-electric standouts like the Mustang Mach-E and F-150 Lightning. And Explorer and Escape, the perfect balance of comfort, capability, and everyday versatility. Get ready to power through whatever the season brings in a Ford. But don't wait. These year-end sell-a-thon savings won't last. The clock's ticking. The lots are moving. And these are the season's biggest savings on an incredible selection of Ford vehicles. Rush in before the sell-a-thon and the savings are over January 2nd. Get to your California Ford dealers today. Claim based on 1977 and 2024 calendar year industry reported total.
Hey, this is Greg Papa. Are you working through a major insurance claim? SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to, not what just some adjuster working for an insurance company thinks you should get. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140. The Triad Guys powering your afternoons Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Bonus segment for you. Last show for me, Alan Stiles, of 2025, and it's been a lot of fun, man. It's been a lot of fun. Some of you are texting in. Thank you for that, telling me Happy New Year, and I appreciate you. Thank you for taking the time out of your day each and every day. 4 hours, that's a heck of a commitment. And I really appreciate it. Even if I'm front and center, if I'm background noise, I appreciate any and everybody that's been here to support me. It's kind of crazy. You get to the end of the year and you start reflecting on things and what you wanted to do in the year. And I know everybody says that this year flew by, but it really did for me. Having my second kid obviously has changed some things, right? You think that you got it all figured out, and then stuff happens, right? And it's some beautiful stuff sometimes. And some people are dealing with some not so beautiful stuff. So that's all a part of life. And I just want to say I appreciate everybody that has taken time to listen, to reach out on social media, whether you agree with me, disagree with me, whether you kept it in the lines, even if you didn't keep it out the line in the lines. I appreciate you. And yeah, 2026, we're going to attack it, man. We're going to attack it. We got a lot of surprises for you. A lot of good stuff. All the parties that I've been saying that we're having, the draft party, the lottery party, a lot of parties, a lot of things to look forward to in 2026. And we could be celebrating the number one pick. We could. Look, I mean, obviously, we want the Kings to win basketball games, and that's more fun than watching them get their you-know-what's beat. But we could be talking about a number one pick in 2026. That's pretty crazy. In the most sought-after draft of the last 5 years, at the very least. So there are a lot of reasons to look up, even if it doesn't feel great right now. Scott Perry, when you hear him talk, we played some of his audio earlier. He was on the Hoop Genius podcast. He knows the right things to say. He knows how to open up but not give too much. And I think the Kings are in good hands, or it's just a more healthy situation than what it was. And if everyone plays their role and plays their part, I think we're going to see some movement here in the positive direction. That's where I think that this thing is going. But we appreciate all the love and all the support. And yeah, we're just getting started, man. We're just getting started. Speaking of moving in the right direction, I got to be honest with you. I feel like the NCAA is moving in the wrong direction. And personally for me, I was a person who, when I was in school, I didn't necessarily agree with some of the takes that were out there about college football, because most baseball players do not get full rides. If they do, they probably turn down a lot more money in the draft, and they just wanted to be drafted in a different position. I got 55%, okay, to be very honest with you. I got 55% to play baseball at Temple University. So that doesn't cover everything. Out-of-state tuition as well. Temple is not a private school. Everybody thinks it is because of the name. It's not. So it doesn't cover everything. I'm an out-of-state student. So I'd be in the mess hall or the cafeteria or wherever, and I'm seeing these football players and these basketball players, and they got all, unlimited cards, and they're eating all this food, and it wasn't like that for all the other athletes. So when I was in school, I thought how a lot of people thought, these guys are making good money. What is the problem? You know what I mean? Or not making money, but they don't pay for anything. They got these crazy meal cards. They eat whenever they want, right? Everything is paid for. I don't understand why they need actual money. Then I graduated. And once I graduated and I stopped being salty about my situation and started seeing the trajectory and the money being made in college basketball and in college football, I got it. I understood it, and I understood why these guys needed to get paid. Now, it's the Wild Wild West right now, but I'm not really too worried about the Wild Wild West because I just think it's going to get figured out as far as the money is concerned, because they ain't going to let these kids make this type of money forever. They're not. They will find a way to get some of that money back. Now, it might just, turn into salaries and things like that. Who knows? I think the bigger issue in college sports, even though I'm done playing, I think the bigger issue is the transfer portal. I think the transfer portal is a complete nightmare, okay? Back when I was playing, if your coach left, you could leave. If not, you had to sit out a year. Now the trick was, and this is why Sonoma State, RIP to that program, but Sonoma State, what a lot of people would do is we had guys that didn't get playing time at Pepperdine, didn't get playing time at Arizona State. They would go to a D2 because you could play straight without sitting. If you tried to go D1 to D1 back in, 2011, 2010, you'd have to sit out a year. Then they got rid of that. 5-7 years ago, whatever it was, they introduced a transfer portal. And on its face, I understand that coaches can basically do whatever they want. We had We had a situation multiple times where Matt Rule, I always get on Matt Rule because Matt Rule, he said, I'm staying at Temple, and then he left immediately because Baylor threw him the bag, and that's just normally how it happens. So when the transfer portal first got implemented, I was all for it. But this is getting crazy now. They need rules. They need regulations. You can't just transfer all over the place because we're losing the plot here. Okay? I think it's very simple how you fix this. And I was listening to John Calipari, and obviously no one is lifting up John Calipari as the guy to speak on this in a way as he's speaking on it. But what he's saying does make sense, and you need to have some type of cap. John Calipari said you should get one transfer, and if you want to move again, you got to sit out a year. So one transfer, and then if you want to move again, because I also don't think it's fair to the fans, right? We're seeing all this stuff as we get to the college football playoff, and all these guys are all over the place. You have the quarterback from UNLV. He does a press some type of media hit where he says, I'm staying. And then the portal opens and he says, psych, I'm leaving. And fans, they don't deserve this. I know John Calipari has not been the model of, I don't want to say integrity, but when it comes to paying people underneath the table, I get all that. But let's just forget him for a moment. And just the idea that this transfer portal is a complete disaster. Sacramento State, Sac State, they got hit by it as well. I feel like I agree with him, Ramsey. You can do one. For every one you do, you got to sit out a year. These brothers are doing, are having visits with schools they're already attending. It's the craziest thing I've ever heard.
Here's my opinion about the transfer portal. The transfer portal allows a player, regardless of sport, to basically say, oh, I'm not getting what I want. Basically, I quit. I can go to the next spot, find what I want. If I can't find it there, all right, cool, I quit. Let me go to the next spot. That's why you see a lot of these players, these kids, 2-3 different universities under their name, under their belt before they go to the professional level. And something I mentioned to you in passing in one of our breaks, we are at the tail end of a time in college sports where it's roughly the last year for some of these players that truly hit college at 2020 when the pandemic first hit. Mm-hmm. So they're just navigating the world back to quote unquote what they knew it as before they went to school. So, and factor that in with a transfer portal. I mean, the transfer portal is the Wild Wild West. NIL is the Wild Wild West. There's no rhyme or reason or regulation to it. NIL, not just college. You can get NIL in high school now.
Yeah, that's
we have local players in local sports. If you know, you know. I'm not going to mention their name on air, but that are getting 6- and 7-figure bags in high school for being that type of athlete locally here in the Sacramento area. Therefore, there's no rhyme, there's no reason, there's no regulation. And like you mentioned, Coach Calipari, he utilizes the transfer portal, but he's a different coach in the fact that he's admitted he's had players before in the past. Mm-hmm. He didn't use them correctly. He tells people straight, like, whether you should stay, whether you should go pro, stay in school. But it's wild, and this all leads up to the story that I know Alan and I both read about a gentleman named James Najee that is now at the University of Baylor, played pro overseas for 5 years, was drafted in 2023 in the second round, hired an agent, which a lot of these kids have now because of the NIL, but was allowed to go back to school because he never played a game in the National Basketball Association. Personally, I have no issue with it. If you didn't play in the NBA, you want to pursue this avenue, go ahead. Outside of that, they mentioned some other players, but one of them had played pro. Nah, you can't play in a pro game, can't play in a professional game in the United States, and then go back to college. That's my take on it.
Yeah, and there are just a lot of moving parts here. I do have a problem with it, and we got this article from USA Today and this is from Tom Izzo. So this will give you a breakdown of everything that's going on, and this is written by Matthew Glenesk and Chris Solari. And Tom Izzo, others, Dan Hurley, are just beside themselves. If veteran college basketball coaches were hanging it up because of the transfer portal and NIL, the latest trend may push out even more leaders. Write this one down. It's going to get me. I'm not just going to let it bother me, but it's going to get me sooner or later. Sooner or later, it's going to get me. Longtime Michigan State coach Tom Izzo said December 27th. Izzo is referring to the influx of former G League players and seasoned international prospects signing up for college basketball. But the December 24th news of a former NBA draft pick getting eligibility as a midseason addition may be Izzo's tipping point. Quote, I thought I'd seen the worst. Then Christmas came. Izzo said, it topped it. It just topped it. What happened? Just topped it. UConn coach Dan Hurley posted, Santa Claus is delivering midseason acquisitions. This bleep is crazy. Baylor received a commitment from James Nagy, a 7-foot center from Nigeria, who was selected 31st overall in the 2023 NBA draft. The 21-year-old will be eligible to play immediately for Scott Drew and will have 4 years of eligibility remaining. A Baylor spokesperson confirmed to USA Today. Izzo said he has a message into Drew, the head coach, whom he considers a good friend from their time on various committees. Quote, now we're taking guys that were drafted in the NBA and everything, Izzo said. I said it to you a month and a half ago. Come on, Magic and Gary, let's go, baby. Let's do it. Why not? I mean, if that's where we're going, shame on the NCAA. Shame on the coaches too, but shame on the NCAA because coaches are going to do what they got to do, I guess. But the NCAA is the one. Those people on those committees that are making those decisions to allow something so ridiculous and not think of the kid. Yeah. It's insane. So basically, the NCAA, they are ruling everything independently, right? So some guys are getting 3 years, some guys are getting 2. It's just based on how the how the NCAA is viewing the experience that they have. So this dude was the 31st pick in the 2023 draft, and because he did not, I guess, play at all in the G League or whatever, they are saying, hey, he only played overseas. He can play 4 years. And Tom Izzo and Dan Hurley are saying this is ridiculous. And it is ridiculous. And again, this is the type of stuff. They need regulations on the NIL, but the transfer portal is a disaster. And this type of stuff is a complete disaster. I mean, in what world? I get it. The G League Ignite thing is gone now. But in what world is this okay? I don't understand it at all. And I've like I said, I'm good with guys getting paid. Okay? I'm good with movement. But they need some regulations on this stuff because this is insanity.
And this goes even further. There's another lawsuit started by Diego Pavia and 26 other college football players stating if you're going to do this, if you're going to do this for college basketball, you might as well do it for college football as well.
Yeah.
Allowing for another year or two eligibility.
Well, they were focused on
JUCO players.
Junior college not counting, right?
Yes.
So you do 2 years JUCO. It's all connected. So you do 2 years JUCO, you get 2 years NCAA. Now they're saying, why should those 2 years at JUCO count?
And
so
this is all.
I mean, everyone's going to have their master's degree at this point.
And this is all dating back to what I said a couple minutes ago. For Diego Pavia, they didn't count his year that he had at an institution in New Mexico in 2020 because it was part of the pandemic year. Mm-hmm. So they gave him another year of
and he still wants more.
Yes.
And he still wants more. I mean, the other thing is too.
It includes him. It includes shout out Bay Area legend Joey Aguilar that's at Tennessee. He's part of the lawsuit as well.
Yeah, right.
Because he wants to take the years that he went to CCSF and not have them count and get another year or two.
Yeah.
After transfer from UCLA to Tennessee.
And I know, Ramsey, you're fond of Diego Pavia, but these are two guys that probably won't be playing on Sundays. And if so, it won't be for a ton of money or a ton of time.
True.
So their thought process is, Van Wilder, I'm trying to get cashed out.
They're trying to milk they're trying to milk the system for what it's worth, which in the grand scheme of things, The NCAA milked athletes for who knows how long.
Yeah.
In years where they couldn't get money, and now you're trying to condone players that want to get money, want to get more eligibility.
Right.
It's a slippery slope. I understand the lawsuit. I understand the thought process, like you're saying. It's just the Wild Wild West. I can't say one way or the other.
I disagree with Diego Pavia and the idea that those 2 years of junior college shouldn't count. With that being said, and Diego Pavia is all over the place, so he'll probably make money even when he's done. But somebody like Joey Aguilar, is not all over the place like Diego Pavia. The argument is we might as well fight it because we're never going to make this much money again in our life.
Let me pose this question to you as someone that played junior college baseball and then went to a Division I university to play baseball. If this injunction and this rule was in place to where potentially JUCO years didn't count towards your eligibility, what would your thoughts have been while you still had eligibility remaining?
Oh, I would have taken advantage of it because then I would have just gotten my master's, right? And here's the other thing. Times were different when I was in school because back in the day, I redshirted at Sonoma State. I felt old because I turned 23 my senior year, right? But now they got 24, 25-year-olds walking around, so I wouldn't feel that old. I felt old my senior year, but now it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah,
I don't even know how old is Diego Pavia?
I think he's 22 or 23 at least.
Okay, so he's 23 already, and his birthday's in February. So if he gets this,
24.
He would be playing his 24-year-old season.
And the argument against this is basically they consider grown man at 24. You got kids coming into college that are 17, 18.
Right.
So basically you got grown men playing against kids.
But it all connects because now those kids are probably going to go to a junior college because it does not count against their eligibility.
Very true.
And everything gets older. Everything gets harder to break in. I mean, look at this kid from Alabama, Ryan Williams. I mean, he was the talk of the town.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to that dude, but he came out, wasn't he supposed to be a senior that first year?
Mm-hmm.
And now, and I don't know, I'm not saying it's because he came out early, but, there's some real physical dudes, and now they're getting even bigger and more physical because they're older.
Or another one case in point, but he's different because he was dominating this year. Malachi Tony from University of Miami.
Yeah.
He started school early.
Yeah, and we're going to see him tomorrow.
Yeah.
Against Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, speaking of, and thank you for letting Ramsey and I get on our soapbox a little bit because I just saw this stuff and I just think, I don't know if anybody else, I know it's not Sacramento Kings, but it's just crazy.
It's wild. College sports is just wild, and you and I both are consumer and consumption of many college sports, so we appreciate it. Hey, take the opportunity, give it a couple minutes, we'll talk about it.
Yeah, man. And what better way to do it? Look, boss man said, Alan, you got extra 30. I said, okay, well, I'm going to get in what I need to get in about these college sports. Speaking of Ramsey, tomorrow when I'm at, what was I calling it? Cloud Lake. Tomorrow when I'm at Cloud Lake, we're probably only going to see the first half because my mom's going to have both kiddos, and, that's a lot. But Miami taking on Ohio State. On New Year's Day, you got Oregon, Texas Tech, Alabama, Indiana. Also on New Year's Day, as well as Ole Miss, Georgia. So all of the quarterfinal games happening on New Year's Day besides the Cotton Bowl tomorrow. Ramsey, give me your quick overview. Who gets it done? Who do you like? Who do you not like?
I think Ohio State tomorrow night. I just think they're the better team. Wednesday morning, I like Texas Tech for the simple fact, very even teams. But take this into account. 9 a.m. West Coast start time for the University of Oregon, and the game's in Miami. Has their body clocks caught up yet? Because as you know, being a college athlete, 9 a.m. meaning, okay, they'll probably have to be to the field West Coast time in their mind, maybe 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning.
That's true.
Can they get it started?
Yeah.
Personally, I don't think so. I think Texas Tech. I like Indiana. That's just me. Georgia's Georgia and Ole Miss. I like the dude Trinidad Chambliss from Ole Miss. I just think Georgia has too many dudes for them.
Yeah, obviously.
In my opinion.
We know the Lane Kiffin thing. That's more money, so we know what's going on there. Yeah, Indiana, for me, I'm strictly watching as a Raider fan and what's going to happen with I want to see Mendoza against Alabama, even if it's not the Alabama of old. It's still Bama. I want to see Mendoza against Bama. I want to say Dante Moore against Texas Tech. I'm not a huge Dante Moore guy. He just looks like a college quarterback to me. So maybe he can prove me wrong in that game.
Texas Tech has potentially probably the best defensive player in the nation.
Yeah,
Jacob Rodriguez.
That's why I want to see it. So, all right, we are about to wrap it up. You have the game night coming up next with Scott Marsh to get you ready for Kings Clippers, a little bonus segment for you. Thank you for watching and listening to the Drive Guys. Whitey Gleason will be back on Monday. I will be back on Monday. Jason Ross will be back on Monday. Carmichael Dave, I'm just not sure. We're never sure with Carmichael Dave, but I'm pretty sure he's going to be here. And as far as the Kings are concerned, what a year it's been, kind of wrapping up everything that has happened, the De'Aaron Fox trade. Obviously, this stuff happened last season, but just in the calendar year, a De'Aaron Fox trade, you go get Zach LaVine, the rise of Keon Ellis as far as how other teams are viewing him. Obviously, you get Jonas Valanciunas. That was kind of short-lived, but it was fun while it happened. That dude is a dog and just a caveman in the best sense possible. And, the end of Devin Carter, at least for now. We'll see what happens there. DeMar DeRozan, probably the guy that does not get talked about enough because he is somebody. Everybody talked about Malik Monk when De'Aaron Fox got moved and how they were friends in college and this and that, but nobody really talked about DeMar DeRozan. And I get it. The Kings probably gave him the most money, and it was a bit of a sign and trade weird situation. But with that being said, this wasn't what he signed up for. And he said time and time again that last season was a bleep show. It's been quite the year for DeMar DeRozan. You add in Russell Westbrook to that. You got the two SoCal boys kind of doing their thing. So, yeah, we'll see what 2026 brings. Hopefully it brings a top pick, a top 3 pick, so we can all argue about who the Kings should take. That is the hopeful aspect that we have of 2026. Once again, just want to thank everybody for watching and listening. We know nowadays you have so many choices. You have a lot of choices. I'm not going to lie to you. Even when it comes to the Kings, you got a lot of choices. So to choose us as often as you do, whether that's every day, whether that's a couple days a week, and for however long, really do appreciate it. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I'll be back to normal time on Monday. So catch me 10 a.m., 2 p.m. Allen South Show. You got Whitey Gleason back for the Drive Guys. And, of course, Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. We will talk to you on Monday. Happy New Year, everyone. Ramsey, thank you, my guy. Happy New Year, everyone.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
And until Monday, until 2026, secure the bag like the beam.
Like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam now. If you reppin' that Kings like the beam now.
California's largest sportsman's expo is back, January 15th through 18th at Cal Expo in Sacramento. We've got more tackle. Grab deep discounts on a huge selection of fishing gear, apparel, and accessories at the giant Fisherman's Warehouse booth. NorCal's largest gathering for anglers, hunters, and off-roading enthusiasts. Your life outdoors at the International Sportsman's Expo, January 15th through 18th at Cal Expo in Sacramento. More info at sportsexpos.com.
Call Maverick Electrical to claim your free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check with a donation. This month, donate 5 canned foods to Maverick Electric's holiday food drive and get a free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check. They'll collect your cans at the appointment and make sure your heat stays comfy and your lights stay steady, so the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callamaverick.com to schedule your free tune-up today.
What would a Maverick do? 'Cause you're a Maverick too.
Give to get with no gimmicks. Limited appointments. Some restrictions apply.
Guys, if your energy is low, your strength isn't what it used to be, or your drive feels off, it's not just getting older. For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Sacramento, you can start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation so you get real answers about your testosterone levels and overall health. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. This isn't guesswork or one-size-fits-all treatment. Revive specializes in personalized, closely monitored